The Royal Commission has now resumed. Please be seated.
Ms Hogan-Doran, good morning.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. Today we are examining essential infrastructure and services in the context of management of natural disaster risk and coordination and accountability arrangements. We will canvass in particular the Australian telecommunications and energy sector's transition to and implementation of a risk-based approach to preparing for, responding to and recovering from natural disasters. We will explore the extent to which these sectors have coordinated with state and territory emergency management agencies and with each other in the face of disruptions caused by natural hazards and are considering a future with more frequent and intense natural hazards over time. The Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction 2015 to 2030 provides guidance and acts as a motivator for governments to consider how best to make their infrastructure resilient and reliable. One of the 7 global targets of the framework is to substantially reduce disaster damage to critical infrastructure and disruption to basic services, including through developing their resilience by 2030. With the potential for more extreme weather, the environment in which infrastructure functions in Australia is changing. Australia's telecommunications and electricity sectors in particular will need to respond to these changes and prepare their infrastructure systems and supporting capabilities. Australia's electricity networks are one part of the electricity system, providing the infrastructure that connects generators to customers who purchase their electricity from a retailer. They operate in a highly regulated framework to ensure reliable and cost-effective supply of electricity. In relation to the energy sector, in addition to the 4 organisations joining this afternoon's panel, Transgrid, AusNet, Essential Energy and Endeavour Energy, we will shortly tender 12 responses to compulsory notices from other electricity network providers across Australia. Commissioners, those responses are detailed and wide-ranging, but there are certain common themes that can be discerned. First, Australia's electricity providers must account for exposure to different natural hazard risks, be it cyclone, bushfire or flooding, depending on their geography, be it rural or city, and regional climate, for example, northern or southern Australia. Second, this creates vastly different exposure and risk profiles, which means different methodologies are adopted by them to understand, quantify and address their risk. The resources they must deploy on risk mitigation to minimise impacts differ accordingly. Third, the extent of damage to network infrastructure varies significantly between providers, including from the most recent bushfire season. Fourth, all electricity providers advise that they undertake risk mitigations to account for natural disasters. For bushfire risk, vegetation management around key assets is a consistent mitigation used. It is also reportedly one of the largest recurring operational expenses for electricity network service providers. As a 2016 Energy Networks Australia report demonstrates, there is substantial variability in vegetation management regulations, which are set by each state and territory, each containing their own complexities in terms of clearance zones, the methods of permitting hazard reduction, approval requirements and implementation permissions. They must also, of course, ensure that such work is done safely. Fifth, all electricity providers report engaging with state and territory emergency services during a natural disaster, although the specific arrangements differ between jurisdictions. For example, Queensland Fire and Emergency Services has Memoranda of Understanding with Energy Queensland Limited Group concerning data sharing and emergency response. Sixth, electricity providers are interested in obtaining better real-time information about fire locations and potential fire paths from emergency services as to better apply risk mitigations to their infrastructure, which is at risk from impending natural disasters. Seventh, many electricity providers have at least an informal relationship with their counterparty providers. That is, distribution providers will have relationships with their relevant transmission provider in their network. Eighth, by contrast, no strong relationships appear to exist between them and other essential providers, in particular with the telecommunications network providers. Finally, although not explicitly mentioned in response to most compulsory notices, a relevant feature is that in each state and territory there is electricity pricing regulation. As such, any additional expenditure on natural disaster risk mitigation and preparedness would need to be taken up and may have an effect on pricing to the end consumers. During the course of today, Commissioners, you will also hear evidence as to how standalone power systems and larger microgrids have the potential to mitigate bushfire risks, to minimise the impact of storms and to improve reliability of supply. You will hear how they have the potential to reduce the overall cost of operating the electricity network and to enhance the resilience of power supply to, in particular, isolated rural communities in bushfire-prone areas. You will hear how there is a concern from some quarters that current regulations complicate their implementation. We'll hear more details about these systems from Dr. Jill Caney, MBE, from the industry body Energy Networks Australia. We will also explore with her the work being done by ENA to build energy network resilience, including the use of remote sensing technology to manage vegetation close to electricity assets, and encouraging engagement with climate science and its subset climate impact assessment. Finally, we will seek a status update on ENA's project and its work with the Bushfire and Natural Hazards CRC to develop and adopt an industry standardised, evidence-based methodology to quantify loss exposure from major bushfires caused by network assets and to inform bushfire mitigation investment decisions. Commissioners, in the middle section of today's hearing, you will hear from witnesses about critical communications, with a particular focus on public safety mobile broadband, or PSMB as it is also known. As you have heard and will hear in coming days, communications play a critical role in the ability of our emergency services agencies to respond to natural disasters. You will hear the first of evidence to be developed further on Friday and Monday next week as to the extent that Australia's first responders have access to interoperable communication equipment that is effective. You will hear how mobile broadband technology opens up new ways for emergency services agencies and their personnel to access a vast range of information sources while in the field. And finally, Commissioners, you may have noticed that I have worked backwards through today's program. This morning we will begin with a telecommunications panel with representatives of NBN Co, Telstra, Vodafone and Optus. The Royal Commission has heard evidence from many witnesses, including this week community witnesses Adam Wynett, Mary Hoodless and Brian Winterbank, that telecommunications outages impacted firefighting and evacuation efforts last bushfire season. Commissioners, you will also recall that on Monday I advised that the Australian Communications and Media Authority, ACMA, had previously undertaken a review of the impact of the 2019-2020 bushfires on telecommunications infrastructure, finding nearly 1,400 telecommunications facilities were either directly or indirectly impacted by the bushfires, largely due to power outages. More than half of the towers, it is said, went down were out for more than 4 hours, with an average outage of 3.5 days. The longest outage was for 23 days, although, as I noted, the review only dealt with fire-damaged towers that had not come back online up to 31 January, which was the end of the review period. At the commencement of this week, on 29 June 2020, the ACMA published an addendum to its report, which has been added to today's tender of material. The addendum has additional information about outages that were provided to ACMA by telecommunication providers after the reporting period. However, the changes do not alter the statistics I cited in my opening for impacted facilities or ACMA's key finding that the vast majority of telecommunications services disruption was attributable to power outages. Both the telecommunications and power sectors, energy sectors, have recently acknowledged that they need to communicate better with each other, with an emphasis on a need to improve communications protocols with each other and emergency operations centres, and to open up the flow of key information with respect to mains power supply and management, restoration timelines, and plans by electricity providers to preemptively de-energise sections of the grid as a protective measure. Commissioners, before I call this morning's panel, what I will do is tender the material, which is very substantial. I think it is something in the order of 6 volumes.
We noticed.
The first segment of tender is the material for the first panel, 15.1, Telstra's bundle, which is 15.1.1 through to 15.1.11. I note that there have, in relation to Telstra and the other providers this morning, there have been a number of non-publication orders made in chambers, and the redacted versions of those materials will ultimately be the ones that are published on the Royal Commission's website. So 15.1 is Telstra, 15.2 is Optus, which is 15.2.1 through to 15.2.8. Vodafone, 15.3 bundles, 15.3.1 and 15.3.2. NBN Co, 15.4, which is 15.4.1 through to 15.4.27. The next panel, I might just deal with that bundle, Chair.
Okay, but those documents, as marked, will become exhibits.
Mr Glover will deal with the second panel because that's his panel today. Do you need that one? Are you going to tender them now?
So, Chair, I tender the documents 15.5.1 through 15.5.9.5 as notified to the parties with leave to appear.
Sorry, say those numbers again.
Can you do them each by segment?
I've only got 15.5.1, 15.5.2.
So I'll take it step by step. I tender documents 15.5.1
Yep.
and 15.5.2.
Mm-hmm.
They relate to the first witness in the middle session.
Yep.
I then tender documents 15.6.1 through 15.8.1. Those are the witnesses in a panel.
Yeah.
Those are documents from the New South Wales Telco Authority, the Victorian Emergency Services Telecommunications Authority, and a witness statement from the chairperson of the National Emergency Communications Working Group, Australia and New Zealand. And Chair, I also tender documents 15.9.1 through 15.9.5, which are miscellaneous documents.
Okay, we'll take those documents as marked as evidence as well.
Yes, sorry, Chair, sorry, Commissioners. That was one of those documents. Sorry, 2 of those documents are relevant to the first session today, so that's where you'll find them in your bundles. 15.9.4 is the addendum to the ACMA business bushfire report, and 15.9.5 is a photograph. The next bundle is for the session immediately after lunch, which is 15.10, which is Dr. Jill Caney, her witness statement 15.10.1, and then all of the attachments 15.10.2 through to 15.10.10. And I think that makes up a whole folder.
Okay, we'll take all of those documents as marked as exhibits. Thank you.
And then for the afternoon panel, and their representatives will give their evidence concurrently, 15.11, which is Endeavour Energy, that's 15.11.1 and 15.11.2. Essential Energy, which is 15.12, 15.12.1 through to 15.12.7. 15.13 is AusNet Services, which is 15.13.1 through to 15.13.7. 15.14 Transgrid, which is 15.14.1 through to 15.14.16. I'll have an update to you, Commissioners. Some of those documents you'll note have on their NUIX code have an R, which indicates they've got redacted portions. Again, those are pursuant to orders made by for non-publication of portions of those statements in chambers, and only redacted versions will be published to the website. So that's the panel this
All right,
afternoon.
we'll take those documents as marked as exhibits.
And then finally, the bundle of additional energy company responses, which I referred to in my opening, that's 15.15.1 Ausgrid, 15.16.1 Electronet, 15.17.1 Energex, 15.18.1 Ergon Energy, 15.19.1 Evo Energy, 15.20.1 Horizon Power, 15.21.1 Powerco Australia, 15.22.1 Powerlink, 15.23.1 SA Power Networks, 15.24.1 TAS Networks, 15.25.1 Western Power, 15.26.1 Power and Water Corporation, and then there's just one additional document which may be of interest to you, Chair, 15.27.1, which is the Aerial Application Association of Australia's Powerline Safety Program, details in relation to measures being taken and operational activity around power lines.
Thank you. And we'll take all those as exhibits as well.
Thank you, Chair. Right. I call Mr Michael Parker Whitelaw, Mr James Pickens, Mr Robert Pesavento, Mr Chana Severodnatni, Ms Jules Scarlett.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Morning. Morning.
Morning.
Now, Commissioners, the way in which, for your assistance, you should have a schema that indicates who is who, because we have not got identified their organisations. Mr Whitelaw, who is in the upper left-hand quadrant, is not identified by name. That's just the room that he is in.
He's identified as digital. That's right.
Quite aptly digital, that's right. He's NBN. Mr Pickens from Vodafone, Mr Pesavento from Optus, Ms Scarlett from Telstra, and Mr Seneviratne. I've mispronounced your name twice now, perhaps even 3 times, and I do apologise.
That's okay.
Thank you. Associate, if you wanted to go from the top left-hand corner, Mr Whitelaw will affirm.
Mr Whitelaw, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr Pickens will affirm.
Mr Pickens, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr Pesavento will take an oath.
Mr Pesavento, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Ms Scarlett will affirm.
Miss Scarlett, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
And Mr Seneviratne will affirm.
Mr Seneviratne, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you all. As foreshadowed, the Royal Commission is interested to understand what was and can be done by telecommunications and energy providers before, during and after a natural disaster to minimise the effect on customers and emergency responders in the context of natural hazards. This morning I want to focus on 3 areas given the constrained time available and also because very detailed responses have been provided to the Commissioners. First, what were your efforts to restore services during recent natural disasters and in particular the 2019-2020 bushfires? Second, I want to explore what were the barriers to restoring services quickly in all the circumstances. And third, what your proposals for coordinating better with government and with the energy sector might do to help mitigate the risk of impact of future natural disasters. What I might just do first is I've mentioned to the Commissioners and identified to the Commissioners that the ACMA review has been updated. Commissioners, I can take you to that. It's RCN 900 037 0001. Now, ACMA's report, and we'll see if that is identified and then broadcast, it's just a 1-page addendum. The report itself was tendered during our first hearing block. I just want to have that identified to you, Commissioners, because I don't think you will have seen it. And essentially what it does, as I understand it, is it brings up to date some...
Can we just expand on the table?
Yes, it's quite difficult to see. Essentially, Commissioners, as I understand it, what it is doing is telling you a number of things, most of which is that to the extent there had been unrestored facilities, it's updating to the extent there had been additional information come to hand to indicate that further restoration had taken place. The second matter is that there were a number of reported outages, particularly in South Australia, which was suffered by one carrier, which hadn't been reported and have now been taken up in the report, indicating that the damage was much more widespread than was canvassed in the original report. And then again, the last 2 identifying that further facilities have been updated, further facilities have been restored. We can have that document brought down. Regrettably, ACMA did not republish their tables and their calculations, but on our reckoning there's not a significant or material change to the conclusions of the report.
Okay.
Thank you. What I might do, just to give the Commissioners some sense for how, as between each of you, you were impacted by the most recent 2019-2020 bushfires, and ask you to describe at a high level the impact on your infrastructure and service delivery. And I might just begin with NBN, if I may, and then I'll go around the room, Vodafone, Optus, and then to Telstra. Mr. Whitelaw.
Thank you, Council. The direct impact on the NBN infrastructure and network was actually minimal during the fires. There was, however, a moderate impact on services or end users, the families, the homes, the businesses out there. We had, at the peak of the fires, around 23,000 services impacted and around a total of 60,000 throughout the duration of the fires.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Whitelaw. Mr. Pickens, Vodafone.
Yeah, so Vodafone suffered outages to mobile base stations predominantly in southeastern New South Wales and eastern Victoria, down the south coast. Not so many in Victoria, only 3 in that eastern region around Genoa, but a significant portion of the south coast of New South Wales impacted for certainly more than 4 hours, in many cases, many days. And
Optus, Mr. Pesavento. And I note that the Commissioners do have the Optus bushfire post-incident review, which is including in your materials, including the more detailed versions.
Thank you. So Optus suffered impact to our mobile services and our mobile base stations, similar to Vodafone, down through the south coast of New South Wales and across in Victoria and Gippsland. We also had some outages in the New South Wales Highlands around Tumbarumba. There were outages also on King Island, where there were fires causing power outages. Some of those outages, the majority of those outages were, as noted earlier, due to power outages. Some of them were due to sites being damaged and destroyed during the bushfires, including one across in Western Australia at the very beginning of the events back in November.
Thank you. Now, Telstra, as I understand it, is the largest network and had the greatest impact. I'm not sure which one of you wants to take the response in terms of. Please proceed. Thank you. Yes.
I'll take it. Thank you. So Telstra had a total of 450 facilities which suffered an outage. 344 of those facilities, both fixed and mobile, had outages of over 4 hours, and that was across New South Wales, South Australia and Victoria. 106 facilities had outages of less than 4 hours. As was noted by the other my colleagues, more than 85% of those outages was due to the loss of power.
All right. Now, I want to deal now with preparedness measures and to understand what was done to minimise the impact in advance, and then get a sense of where that can be taken in the future. Now, the Commissioners will appreciate that because telecommunications infrastructure is critical infrastructure within the meaning of the Commonwealth Security of Critical Infrastructure Act, I'm not in open hearing going to ask you specifically about the measures taken to protect your infrastructure, other than to note that many of you have detailed in your response to the Commission actions such as auditing and testing programs, prioritising different assets, and also vegetation clearance programs. And Commissioners, I've foreshadowed to you that I'm going to take up vegetation clearance issues more directly with the energy providers this afternoon. One thing that we have seen in passing is, in the course of the hearing, is using aerial bombing with fire retardant to protect assets. It wasn't a question directly asked of you in the course of things, in course of the inquiries. I might have shown RCN 900 038 0022, and then I might come to you, Mr. Pesavento, in relation to Optus, which did give us some information on that. Just while that is being brought up, this was one of the photographs that was shown on Monday as part of the Bushfire History Project. It was one of the photographs that was sent in by a member of the public, which I'm hoping is going to magically show on the screen. RCN 900 038 0022. Do you need to go to every page to do that? All right, that's not going to work. So this is all supposed to be preloaded. Yes, that one. There we go. And we'll see if we can have that broadcast through to you. No, the one before. It's a good example of why I should have done a tech run beforehand. While we're waiting for that to be broadcast through to you, this is a photograph in the Hillville area of the New South Wales mid-coast. I was wondering if one of you was able to identify what that tower is, and although I think at first blush it was thought that this was a photograph of fire damage, it on closer inspection looks more like that there's been retardant applied and around it. Now, Mr. Pesavento, you're nodding your head, and I think I'm going to take you up on this. What measures were taken by Optus, and how did you go about it?
Yeah. So in general, there were measures which were taken prior to the event, and there were measures which were taken during the event. Mm-hmm. So prior to the event, as you mentioned earlier on, Council, that there's a vegetation clearing program which is undertaken during the year, but particularly at the beginning of the disaster season, the storm and the bushfire season. And that includes the clearing of the vegetation around the land to the extent that we're permitted by our lease arrangements. Then during the event also, we were given support by the likes of the Forestry Commission of New South Wales, the fire services, to both do proactive vegetation clearing once we understood where the fire was spreading to, but also the bombing of some of our sites. And I don't believe that that's actually one of the Optus sites, but as an example, the bombing of the sites with fire retardant, if we knew that the sites were in the path of the bushfire, would make a request to the fire authorities, and the fire authorities would prioritise that request, and where they could, a company where they could accommodate that request, then they would do that bombing with the pink retardant.
We've one inference from the ACMA report is that whilst most of the damage was attributed to power outages, equally very little or a much less material percentage was attributed to direct fire impact. To what extent was vegetation clearance and application of these kind of retardants the sort of the key to that success, at least for Optus?
It'd be very difficult to quantify because you don't know what would have happened if we hadn't done it.
Right.
So we're certainly aware, and we do have photographs. I believe that we tendered some of the photographs of the fire having come very close to some of our facilities, our fixed facilities as well as our mobile facilities. So we're aware that it's effective, but I don't believe that we could quantify as to just how much.
All right. Does anyone else want to take up this issue in terms of proactive measures at a landscape scale? Mr. Pickens?
Look, I can't really comment on firebombing. We certainly didn't get any benefit from proactive firebombing. Our preventative steps were really to understand as much as we could with information that was in the public domain and information that was provided by the likes of the Royal Fire Service where fires were likely to go. And then we used that information to determine what assets of ours were actually going to be in the path of that. Once we understood the asset profile, because different assets have different criticality to the Vodafone network, some sites act as a hub site, for example, for other sites that are downstream. We took steps then to deploy field technicians and portable generators proactively to regions, assuming that power would be the biggest outage. And as has been noticed, power was by far the biggest outage to sites in the Vodafone network. I think of the circa 50 sites that we lost, only 3 were actually fire damaged specifically, requiring extensive rebuild efforts.
And what about Telstra, Mr. Seneviratne? Should I go to you? Yes.
Yes, thank you, Council. So only 1% of our sites were directly impacted by fire, and I think only 5 were actually impacted by fire damage. We did have some of our sites were helped from fire retardant by the ADF, but as is pointed out, over 85% of our sites were due to power outages, and similar to the previous comment, we had worked to prepare ourselves in terms of vegetation clearance, and also we have in our categorisation we identify sites which are bushfire prone, and we had pre-positioned things like portable generators on the periphery of the fire zone, so that we could deploy those portable generators as quickly as possible.
If we just go to the next photograph, which is up there, which is a power pole. Are you able to go to the next slide? Yes, there we go. I'm sorry, I'll just come to the next one. All right. If we could take that down. What I'm going to move to is I want to look at some of that issue about pre-positioning and what kind of temporary measures were taken, either because you knew there was going to be power outages or as a consequence of the power outages. Now, there's a lot of acronyms in this Royal Commission, but these ones, in my view, take the cake, which is COWS, SAT-COWS and MEOWS. Can we have shown TLS 004 001 0001, TLS 004 001 0002 and TLS 004 001 0003. We have now these happen to be photographs provided by Telstra, but I'm going to ask others, as I understand it, also have versions of these. Telstra deployed what are called cells on wheels, temporary facilities to support emergency service operations. Optus also had satellite small cells, the SAT-COWS, and also COWS. And Vodafone, you had, because of your circumstances, also deployed new transmission links and generators. What's the to what extent were these pre-deployed as opposed to coming in after the event and there being some lag in resumption of service? Are any of you able to assist the commissioners with that? I might go to yes, please, Telstra.
Thank you. So in terms of our deployment of the COWS, we do not pre-deploy them, because what we do is we work with the State Emergency Control Centre and our emergency liaison officers, because it requires a level of assessment to decide where to best deploy temporary infrastructure for its maximum benefit. And pre-deployment of infrastructure can sometimes result in an adverse impact. Not so much with cars, but when we pre-deployed a portable generator at a site in Victoria, Jingellic, we deployed it after a fire had gone through, and then subsequently a second fire front went through and destroyed the hut and the generator. So there is a danger in pre-deployment until obviously it's safe to do so, but we also consult with all of the emergency officers to decide where best to deploy and in accordance with a set of priorities.
You've described liaising with state and territory emergency management. To what extent does Telstra also need to liaise with local councils?
I might ask my colleague
Ms. Scarlett?
to answer that.
Yes, so Telstra has a framework where we need to deal with the range of levels of government. So in an actual crisis situation, so where an emergency has a emergency coordination centre, we do take our lead from the state. They are effectively in command, and we take guidance from them in terms of prioritisation. But we have in place regional general managers, very much in the local areas. And so they are our on-the-ground liaison point into councils and local shires, where we are able to liaise about the on-the-ground impacts and feed them through to our sort of representatives. We have not only representatives, which we call ESLOs, these emergency service liaison officers in the state centres, but we also have officers deployed. If I use the example of Victoria, so we had in the state emergency control centre, but also in the regional ICCs. So we had for example, in Bairnsdale, we had someone located in that ICC, and they are very, very locally focused and able to get input from local members, local councils, from our own field staff to be able to bring that into that control centre to get the best first-hand knowledge about how to actually respond. And it's a real two-way information flow then, because we are able to provide information about the communications impact, but also the range of emergency service organisations are able to provide us with detail about what is emerging and where they might also need assistance.
I'll come back to further questions about coordination in a moment. If I might just pause and go to Mr. Whitelaw, you give some NBN, and I might just have shown RCN 900 042 0001, RCN 900 042 0001, which I think is an NBN Skymaster truck. You talk about liaising with local councils more than emergency services. Is that am I getting a clear picture of that, or is it just that it was particularly in these local government areas that you were identifying and communicating with them to meet a need that they were expressing?
Yes, Council, we actively integrate at all levels in the emergency management structures. These are one of our tactical resources that are deployed on the ground where the needs are most during emergencies. We very much interface with emergency services at local, regional, district and state levels as well, similar to my colleagues.
Just to a group of you, although primarily I think it would be to Telstra, ACMA's report indicated that although all of these temporary measures are now available because of technology, cells on wheels, the mobile exchanges on wheels, and also the sort of deployment of satellite phones, not many of them were actually deployed in the bushfire, the most recent bushfire season. Is that likely to change in the future, and can you explain why that was? I might go back to you, Ms. Scarlett.
I think that Channa and Mr. Saratny may be best placed to talk about the difference between mobile sort of generation backup, so battery backup, and then also these temporary installations.
All right, yes, please.
Yeah, just in relation to the question, Council, we, as I said before, we deployed these cells on wheels in conjunction with the state emergency coordination. I think one of the issues that we had, particularly with the cells on wheels which are on trailers, is safe access for our staff. And that was problematic and was part of the delay. But we did deploy a total of 5 of those cells on wheels. 4 of those were deployed for public use, and 1 was deployed for the regional fire services for one of their staging areas. But I guess one of the things that we learnt is that we deployed a SATCAR to in response to the fire at Jingellic, and in the case of the SATCAR, its construction is such that it is a fast deploy in that we can actually fly it in. So one of our learnings is that we are, this fiscal year, we are spending money to increase the number of fast deploy SATCARs, because that's a safer and a quicker way to deploy this type of infrastructure, and that's what we're...
All right. I might go to Optus and Vodafone. What kind of experience did you have in the most recent bushfire season? And I think also Vodafone, you raised this issue of, in terms of generators and temporary generators, having access to fuel stores in advance and some complications there.
Yeah, I'm happy to go first. So we sort of cover satellite first and SAT-cows. We do not have currently the ability to integrate a satellite signal into our network and use a satellite-based cow. That is something that we're exploring this year. Some work in our core has already been done, and we've got some more testing planned for the next few months to sort of to assess that feasibility to have that as an option for us in future fire seasons. So yes, our focus was very much on having generator capability pre-deployed generally in the region. Noting the comment that someone else made before, it's hard to foreshadow exactly which site is going to be impacted. So we had an approach where we got generators out into the region away from metro centres to cut down on travel time and make them quicker to deploy. But one of our most effective recovery methods outside of temporary power this time was actually the replacement of or the building of a brand new transmission link. We had a site at Mount Wandera in New South Wales that acted as a hub for many other sites downstream of it. And we were able to build 2 new microwave radio links at the northern and southern end of that chain. We refer to that chain of sites, and bring up 10 sites all in one go. So those were sites that still had power, fortunately in many cases, or we deployed portable generators to. And then with the new transmission, we're able to recover those sites. And that was actually the most effective recovery method that we had for a single big outage.
Mr. Pesavento, in the context of Optus's delivery of services, ultimately the issue was a lack of power, and so all of the providers are dealing with the issue of did they have enough battery backup, and also can there be generators that might be installed. What's the position in more remote communities where it's much harder to sort of come in? The battery backups may be gone in a quicker period of time before you can come in and support them. In Optus's response, you identified an opportunity to work with some councils in the more remote regions of South Australia and Western Australia. Could you just describe those to the commissioners?
Yes, we have been approached by a small number of councils, and we're very open to working with local communities. We are deploying, and we have deployed, fixed generators at critical sites and sites which have a large number of other sites which depend on that site, so hub sites. They will have fixed generators deployed at them, and we have a program, as I say, of rolling out more of those. But we're very open of working with local communities, that if there was some support that the local community could give, or some cooperation that we could have with the local community, be it with maintenance of the generators or support of the generators, then that would expand the number of sites at which we could deploy such infrastructure.
All right. I'm just going to pause there before I move on to the topic of situational awareness during the fire season to see if the Commissioners had anything on questions that arise on the preparedness for and the temporary measures that were taken.
So I think Commissioner Bennett's got a question on the temporary measures. When we get to the prepared, the intelligence, the information, all that, I'll have a fair few.
Thank you.
I think it's relevant at this stage, and I've got some later as well, with information and things like that, which I think comes later, right? Okay. Optus, in your response, you refer at OPT 50010010005_0004 at paragraph 2.9, little c, if that comes up, 2.9, down the bottom of the page, little c. Yeah, there it is. To a virtual mobile core being introduced progressively in Australia. Can you, I read it, and I think I understand a bit of it. Can you just explain to me how that will, what impact that will have on future, on the future resilience question, or on preparation? I mean, what does this do?
Very good, thank you. The way the network is designed with all telecommunications network is it has core infrastructure and it has infrastructure on the edge. And the core infrastructure, there are more sites dependent on the core infrastructure, of course. Now, the core infrastructure has traditionally been built on a site-by-site basis. So an edge piece of infrastructure will home back to a core piece of infrastructure, meaning if you lose that core, you lose a lot of elements on the edge. The purpose of the virtualisation is that that core becomes spread throughout multiple sites. So even if you were to lose a major exchange, the downstream sites would not lose service. They would still be served by other core elements which have become virtualised or cloudified.
I see. Okay, thank you very, very much. I like cloudified. It's a whole new word.
Perhaps I might just follow up on that question and raise it with the other panellists, because the introductory comment is that a virtual mobile core is being introduced progressively in Australia. I want to understand if that's just limited to Optus or whether that's being developed by other network providers. Yes, Mr. Seneviratne.
Telstra has been on the journey of transforming its network over the last 2 or 3 years. And we have also converting our core network to a virtualised infrastructure, a programmable network. And as the Optus speaker said, we are also moving towards from a centralised cloud network to what we call a distributed cloud network, so taking things out closer to the edge. So it is a trend across industry globally.
This trend across industry, is it particularly driven by resilience issues in the context of natural disaster risk, or are there other factors that are driving these changes?
There are a number of other factors, Council, and one of those is the advent of fifth generation mobile and some of the new advanced services that fifth generation mobile brings. And that's one of the major drivers. But resilience is also a factor, and that's one of the things that Telstra is very much focused on, is network resilience and power resilience.
Mr. Pickens, any comment from you?
Yeah, just confirming Vodafone similarly is on the same journey. The drivers are varied. These cloudification opportunities also provide different possibilities for capacity management. And having this sort of spread infrastructure gives us the ability to scale more quickly as well.
I might just go to NBN for completeness and perhaps maybe direct your attention to more broadly resilience measures that are being perhaps developed or anticipated in the NBN network.
Thanks, Council. NBN doesn't own or operate mobile networks, being the fixed broadband wholesaler. In terms of network design, where there are opportunities and it's practical to do so, there are redundant links or pathways in the network built into it, but that's not always practical.
All right. Right. Commissioner McIntosh? All right. Commissioners, I'll just turn now to taking up a comment Mr Pickens made about it is hard to forecast what particular items of infrastructure assets will be impacted, and to get a sense from you, to what extent did each of you or each of your organisations have visibility of the predicted fire movements? The impression I have gained thus far is that there wasn't a clear sense of the predicted fire movements, and I'm wondering to what extent that was connected to the extent to which you were or were not embedded in emergency control centres and or had access to fire prediction technology or mapping. I might start with you, Mr Pickens, and then move my way around.
We found that a lot of information that we were using, was also information that was available in the public domain. We had, very frequent conversations with New South Wales Telco, where we were being given, I think, a better level of coordinated information. Particularly with Victoria, we felt that we were having to talk to different departments to get different sorts of information. And a lot of our more valuable intel came from people on the ground. So we had field teams, etc., who are in the local area, and they were getting information from the fire service, etc., as to how things were progressing, and that was a valuable source of information for us. But having in the future a much more coordinated approach for the information that comes out in standardised sort of formats as well will definitely aid with our planning.
I think you also mentioned in your response that whilst other carriers had people embedded in the emergency control centres and connected, that Vodafone and other smaller telecommunications providers did not. Is that your understanding of the position?
Yes, that is, yes. I also attended a preliminary conversation hosted by the Comms Alliance, which was before the ministerial roundtable, where it was clear that not everyone was represented in the same way.
Right. Mr Pesavento, Optus gives some details of fairly close coordination with the New South Wales Telco Authority, in much the way Mr Pickens has indicated. Is that we've got them coming a little bit later this morning. How did that differ to the experience with other states and territories?
Yeah, New South Wales has a very centralised structure, as also does Queensland. The other states, we were plugged into the crisis command centres or the state control centres, including people on the ground. Those crisis control centres tended to be the centralised team which were giving us information. New South Wales, through the Telco Authority, has a capability which is rather more tailored to the telecommunications industry. So we were getting the updates in pretty much the same as Mr Pickens has mentioned. In terms of information regarding fire fronts, a lot of that information was the information which was available in the public domain, but then it was augmented by the people in the Telco Authority or the command centres or off the ground.
I see. Mr Whitelaw, NBN, I think I read that it has fairly close connections with emergency agencies in the states and territories, and of course on a Commonwealth basis. Could you just expand on that?
Yes, thank you. NBN maintains a network of emergency management liaison officers similar to Telstra's ESLOs that are the default connection or liaison point at state level, regional level. At local level, we have our NBN local crews or local managers and team members that are able to interface directly with council. We have really strong relationships with each of the services and the entities that stand up for managing a crisis. The information flows both ways, very proactively, feeding information on key asset locations, potential impacts to services, and feeding off all the intelligence, the fire predictive modelling, Bureau of Met data. We fuse all that information generally at our network emergency management team level that operates out of our network operations centre in Melbourne.
Is that kind of data relevant? Sorry, is that kind of data relevant or important for getting safe access to fire grounds in order to restore services?
Yes, it is very much so. We maintain a strong program looking at the safety of our staff and deployment of field resources, and rely very heavily on the accuracy and timeliness of that information to make decisions around field team deployment.
Now, Ms. Scarlett, Telstra, we've heard a little bit already about the extensive connections that Telstra has with the different emergency control centres and generally the state and territory and Commonwealth apparatus. I want to get a sense from you and then from the others as to how important. So that's about having somebody in the room where it happens, as opposed to the sharing of information between each of you and between relevant Commonwealth and state and territory authorities. I want to get a sense as to how important or relevant the Trusted Information Sharing Network, TISN, is. At least I'll start with you, Telstra, and then move to others. And then also in answering that, clearly that's a network that's been established on a Commonwealth level and is essentially chaired through the Critical Infrastructure Division of the Department of Home Affairs. To what extent is there a similar kind of network at a state and territory level as well, if you could respond to those two aspects?
Yeah, so Telstra has been a member of TISN, the Trusted Information Sharing Network, for an extended period of time. But I would have to say that in the context of natural disasters, historically the info sharing and the most effective info sharing has actually been at a state level. And it's probably been reflective of the fact that primarily the issues that have been facing geographically have actually been impacting in one geographic or state location, as compared to, this is what almost made the unprecedented nature of the recent 1920 bushfires, was the fact that it was concurrently happening in so many locations. So in that vein, historically, the info that we have seen and the information sharing has been, rather than the Commonwealth, it's actually been more at a state level. But that I should also mention that at the same time we've had a number of other mechanisms for sharing federally. And if you think about the Crisis Coordination Committee, where even ahead of time, so they have briefings that we participated in before this season, this disaster season, as well as, for example, with a session in October with ministers for, communications and emergency management, as well as regional development, all together sharing information ahead of the season. So I think that there is probably the opportunity to enhance the information sharing, particularly amongst. We've talked about with energy providers and amongst ourselves. And in view of that, we actually, as an industry, through Communications Alliance, which is
I'm going to come to that in a little bit of detail shortly.
Yeah.
Because I have got a couple of questions.
So that's...
Yeah.
That's one of the mechanisms that we were using. Yep.
I just want to take up the point you made at the beginning of your response, which was about that the Trusted Information Sharing Network has been is a national one, and thus, because natural disasters have not tended to be until the most recent fire season impacting on a national level to a degree that it became an entrenched part of the TISN activities. Do you see a role for TISN to be expanded beyond sort of security issues to natural disaster risk mitigation and response?
I think that the whether it's TISN or guidelines that operate in the same effective mode, I think the need has been identified for there to be better information sharing on disaster management, which is why some of the guidelines are being worked on with Comms Alliance. And the benefit of TISN is that it is already a known structure. As you have highlighted, it has been very focused on managing information sharing in relation to cyber threats, yes. And so it is an opportunity to use that. Equally, I look at sort of some of the activities of things like the National Disaster Recovery Agency, and the potential of that type of agency having some longer existence that enables greater sharing both within industry, cross industry as well.
I'm going to come now to Mr. Pesavento in relation to Optus. We've got in the materials that have been provided to the commissioners a number of emails with Optus providing site status updates from the New South Wales and Queensland bushfires and feeding that up to the Commonwealth as part of the creation of a national situational awareness. Was that a two-way street in the sense that were you also getting information coming back from the departments and from the Commonwealth? And my second question, let me just deal with that aspect before I come to then the state sharing.
The information we provided was really, as you spoke about, us communicating and providing situational awareness to the federal government parties. We didn't receive information back from them. The flow of information to us was more from the state and the local command centres.
All right. Sorry, Commissioners. Mr. Pickens, I might take it up with you. In the Vodafone response, Vodafone is critical of the impact that the communication sector group within TISN has had. I just want to get a sense first from you, to what extent were you connected into the TISN activities and information flows during the last bushfire season?
Yeah, so we were similarly to Optus, we were sending information through to this central team. Receiving very little back. The intel that we were getting was very much coming from individual state teams and those on the ground. And we also then found inaccuracies in status updates that were coming out, and we felt that there could have been a lot more coordination done centrally to actually reflect the status of all the networks and power infrastructure, etc., to a higher degree. We found the most effective coordination, sort of intercompany, etc., coordination on the ground was with states and in some cases with the other carriers. So, for example, I and members of my team were talking to Mr. Pesavento and members of his team periodically through the fires, as we do share some common infrastructure, and that sort of level of coordination actually did provide some benefits as well. I didn't feel that the coordination through TISN was really adding a lot of value, certainly for something of this scale.
All right. You've spoken about coordination, cooperation between carriers. To what extent are you helping each other and derivatively your customers when you are suffering these power outages? For example, I think there's somewhere... is there some sort of barrier to being able to do that? I understand that what if one of your network is down? Can people be transferred to the other network so they can continue to at least have access to emergency alerts and important warnings?
Yeah, there are different aspects to this. So Vodafone has a domestic roaming agreement with Optus where we share parts of the Optus network. So in some cases, there is a benefit to our customers there. And we also do an element of infrastructure sharing. So by resolving one infrastructure issue, we can actually potentially recover service for both Optus and Vodafone customers. I think the point you're referring to, Council, is more a future-looking situation where we think that there's an opportunity to go deeper into national roaming and actually allow the use of calls or emergency alert text messages on other carriers in the event of a natural disaster. But that doesn't exist currently.
Does that happen already in relation to... I will come to you, Ms Scarlett. Does that happen already in relation to 000 calls? So that
000 calls, it does, yes. So if a customer doesn't have service from their normal provider, but there is another carrier in place, then yes, if they dial 000, that call will be accepted by the other carrier.
So when you're talking about, I think it's referred to as having a sort of a roaming capability, so people can roam across into other networks and have access to data and voice calls. We've heard evidence about the very significant uptake of social media information delivery from the fire, for example, the Fires Near Me app and the Victorian Emergency app. That kind of data, is that kind of data like going to be able to be accessed in the same way as, say, the 000 connections can continue to be made if one of your networks go down?
it would very much depend on the nature of that roaming agreement. You know, that there would be limits to what would be put in there. Potentially, it would only extend to voice. If it did extend to voice and data, then yes, absolutely, all of that public information would be available to anyone within the coverage footprint of the base station, regardless of which carrier they actually had a subscription with.
So just so I'm clear, but in the absence of such agreements, at the moment, people are just left with nothing. If in terms of accessing that, if their carrier goes down and they can't move to another carrier, or they won't be pushed through to another carrier. All right.
That's correct.
Now, Ms. Scarlett, what stops this being addressed?
Yes, the point I was going to make before is that I think it is important again to highlight that it is in place, the ability to effectively camp on to other networks for emergency calls. So that's addressing really that critical need at that critical time. Emergency calls then in relation to different networks you can camp on. In relation to more broadly the ability to roam, if I think about two different aspects, one is that it's not just a switch on a switch type of situation. So to be able to actually facilitate that requires a whole dimensioning of networks. And so that would have to happen, ahead of time. And you also have to take into account the impacts that might have on networks. So you don't want to have the situation where, if there was roaming and everybody could be on whichever network in place, that network came down because of congestion. So you have to think about the potential degradation of service. But commercially, it could be something that is discussions could be progressed. It is not something that we have supported on a regulated basis, but it is something commercially recognising the work that would need to be done to actually set up the networks. It's not an insubstantial, and it would be a considerable amount of time to get that in place as well. But I think the important pause is in relation to emergency calls, that a capability to actually camp on to other networks is in place.
So when you say emergency calls, you're talking about those 000 calls.
Yes.
And I think it's a different number sometime on mobiles, but not emergency alerts or information like fires near me, those sort of apps.
If I maybe separate in relation to emergency alerts and the apps, because there is actually capability with emergency alerts that's being looked at to make sure that there is greater ability to have that across networks, but it's different again if you think about accessing a site like a site with information. That is not in place. There's not roaming across all networks in relation to internet access to enable you to look at some of, say, for fire service information.
All phones, of course, are interoperable across all base stations, so it's not a problem at that end. It's just what you all agree with each other can be developed to provide this benefit to the public. That's just the summary? Is that right?
Yes, and I think if you use the context of the bushfires, we have to look at against the context of if we have a mains power issue impacting an area, there is the possibility that will impact quite a number of providers, and similarly. So it also isn't. It shouldn't be seen as the way that we are going to solve communications issues in a disaster situation, because it may be that none of the providers in a particular area can actually provide, so you can't roam. So I think it always has to be tempered as well in relation to what solution or what fix it would actually provide.
I'll just go back to you, Mr. Pesavento. Is there other than this fire season having perhaps drawn further attention to this issue, is there any forum in which this issue is being progressed?
Not that I'm aware of.
All right. I now want to turn to the last topic I want to deal with, which is... Sorry, Mr. Pickens, I missed you.
Yeah, I think both I and Ms. Scarlett had our hands up there. So I believe that this conversation has been tabled through the Comms Alliance. I think there is a draft paper being considered, but that's as far as it's extended so far.
Ms. Scarlett?
Well, I was going to highlight that the conversations around interoperability to some degree or camping on regarding emergency alerts, so not calling 000, is a conversation which is active.
All right. Is it an impediment to reaching agreement on this that your commercial competitors, is that an aspect of what's holding this back from progressing to a solution?
Would you like me to?
Please, yes.
It is a really significant issue in terms of commercial considerations and the considerations of for an organisation like ours of where we would invest and have advantage for having invested in relation to regional coverage. So there has to be in any commercial consideration of how actually we would still be getting that advantage of having spent the money to invest in regional areas as we have. So it has actually been considered roaming to be regulated by the ACCC on 3 separate occasions, and on all 3 occasions they have determined that they wouldn't mandate it. So it's an issue that has a lot of commercial considerations.
Right, I only have one last topic, which is in relation to what they're doing with the energy providers, but would it assist if I just stop there? And
No, you go, and then we'll go.
All right.
Yep.
All right, the last matter is, and I think the commissioners may have some follow-up questions on this segment, but I'll come just to complete. Mr Whitelaw, it seems there's a little bit of a struggle between everyone to get to an agreement with each other about some aspects of future matters. What's happening with the energy providers? What's the status of that relationship? I note the submission says that the NBN is chairing a working group to try and improve the key information flow, getting information about mains power supply and management, restoration timelines and plans by electricity providers to preemptively de-energise the sections of the grid. Could you give us a status update on that? And to the extent there's not much movement, give us an explanation as to why that might be.
Yes, Council, that forum is in early days, and I believe stood up with the support of the Communications Alliance and the equivalent for the energy sector. NBN is chairing that. There's some opportunities being explored around proactive information sharing and trying to identify ways to better coordinate during emergency events. What the solutions are and how effective they will be are yet to be seen.
Do you have any idea about why that's never been done before?
I'm not sure.
All right.
Yeah, not in a position to answer that one. Sorry, Council.
That's all right. It was without notice. Does anyone else have some insight into this issue? Was it just that there was not this sense that this was a significant risk to the telecommunications network, that there might be significant power outages that would affect your ability to deliver your services? Ms. Scarlett?
If I could sort of give my sense, at least, is that if you think about the scale of the issues that we have dealt with in the past, very much at a state level, there has been good sharing of information in emergency control centres about power and other things. And we have always recognised the deep, dependency we have on power resilience, that information. I think what was highlighted through the scale of this particular incident is that when you're dealing with so many different locations at once, then issues of prioritisation come to the fore even more than other times. So say, for example, when power companies might have been deciding to bring up or take down power, and sometimes as a result, that would then help us, if we knew ahead of time, it would help us know where we were actually positioning our generators. And because of the scale, if they weren't there, they would actually be deployed somewhere else in another state potentially. So I think it really brought to the fore the fact that we would benefit from really, really proactive information, not just the publicly available information. So it's not like we didn't have any information, we absolutely did. did. We just think that we could get a deeper level of information about not only the actual when outages are happening, but also when there's plans to re-energise, to bring back on the grid, because then we wouldn't actually deploy backup battery to that area if we knew that mains was about to come up. So I think it was the circumstances really highlighted that.
I can see Mr Pickens and Mr Pesavento nodding. I was going to just make clear, so the de-energising of the sections of the grid means if you get some some notice of that, then you can either deploy backup generators or some other, your cows and sat cows and meows, or not do that because you know it's only going to be down for a period of time while the flame front passes. Is that a fair summary? And I see a few heads nodding.
Yes.
Correct.
The biggest issue for us was not knowing when the power would come back up. So it's exactly to Ms. Scarlett's point. We would deploy a portable generator on the assumption that it would be down for many hours, if not days. And had we known power to this site will be recovered within 5 hours, then potentially there's some other prioritisation that could be made, and we would have diverted those assets elsewhere. So that the lack of concrete information coming back on re-energisation was a significant factor.
All right.
And
Sorry, Ms Scarlett.
And just to give the scale, like if you think about the geographic location, we deployed over 100 generators in terms of over that period. So you can see when that many moving parts that even any level of extra precision is going to be helpful.
Commissioners.
Thanks, Ms Hogan-Doran. I've got a few questions, and maybe if I give you the context first of why the Commission have you here today, and the reason being is you represent the 4 organisations that have now become the primary source of information for the community, the majority of the community. There are some that still rely on radio, but you are predominantly the major source of information for the community in a system that is now being designed where the community is fed information to be able to make decisions for themselves on when to go, and that's the way the warning system works. And I'll be honest with you, I'm not sure that as a group you've actually looked at it in that way. Now, there are challenges in that, I have no doubt. We've heard these fires were unprecedented. Yes, they were. They are now no longer because they have occurred from a natural disaster point of view. We've looked at mechanisms that have been running for years to try and get the communication sector to work closer together, TISN. And I won't go to one of the references in one of your submissions, but basically there's one paragraph there that says that's basically been useless in getting us to a point where we're working together to understand the risks and where you fit into the network. So I've got a few questions. I know the other commissioners do as well. Before I get to that, though, I just respectfully to Ms Scarlett, where you were talking about 000 being in an emergency, I would say that what we've discovered from these fires is by the time people get to that 000 and trying to share it, it's a disaster. And in fact, it's a last resort. They're there because they haven't been able to get the information they need to make decisions that are appropriate for the situation. So that's the context of the questions I think you'll get from the other commissioners as we just step through a couple of issues, just to get a better understanding from our point of view, and actually for you to get an understanding of where we're coming from as well. Now, I'm going to use the Telstra submission for a couple of references, not because I'm picking on Telstra, it's just that actually they're all mentioned. Each of you have mentioned it in one way or another. It's just that it's easy for me to go through one document and just highlight a couple of things. So I can just pull up TLS.002.001.0061 and paragraph 27, please. And so basically here we talk about critical infrastructure relies on access to power source. 100%. There's no doubt about that from what we've heard, and I'll let you read through there. But the point that I'd just like to discuss with you is about the third sentence. These sites may use standby power systems, typically batteries, although some sites, predominantly high priority sites, may have generators. Now, the next bit, and you could take out the Telstra, but as a part of a risk-based approach to network resilience, sites which service a large number of customers or are part of a core network are prioritised for receipt of backup generators. My question for you, when you look at a large number of customers, that seems to be a commercial risk-based assessment rather than necessarily a risk-based assessment based on the environment that's there, i.e., now, if communities rely on you as a provider, whoever that may be from the four of you, and that's their only source of information, have you done a risk-based assessment of the communities that you service to understand their risk and then appropriately taking appropriate measures to be able to ensure that they've got the best information available, because that's what they're relying on? So I'll ask Telstra first, please. Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner. So apart from the point that you raised, we actually have another level of assessment where we look at, if you like, our lower priority sites which have fewer customers, but we look at it from the lens of, does this site, for example, serve a community that's isolated or potentially could be isolated? Does this site serve customers who have got, say, medical priority issues? Does this site serve customers who are very remote? And that is also a criteria that we apply in deciding whether to provide a diesel generator on site. So, another criteria is this site in a bushfire-prone area? So we do apply another lens on top of the just the sort of customer impact, large sites, and we have something like 13,000 network sites, and so when we look at those sites, about in the rural areas, about 2% of the sites have got what we call the lower priority sites with small numbers of customers have also got diesel generators permanently on site.
Thank you for that. Mr. Pickens, from a Vodafone point of view?
Yeah, it is fair to say that in terms of critical infrastructure, we see critical infrastructure being parts of our core network that are going to serve significant volumes of people. However, similar to Telstra, we do recognise local isolation. So we have internal processes and resilience policies that will protect sites where, should they fail, there will be an element of local isolation. If there is what we refer to as overlapping coverage, and we're comfortable that we actually will still be able to provide a level of service to customers in that area, then that wouldn't be treated with the same priority as if there is a single site in a particular geography where, if that is lost, the entire thing is lost. And to that end, those sites would generally have a higher level of battery autonomy on site. We don't typically have diesel generators in many locations outside of our critical hubs, certainly not for sole sites. But we do have, as part of the battery policy, we do have a higher level of support for those sites.
Thank you. Mr. Pesavento?
We have a program which we're rolling out at the moment, which has been ongoing now for about 2 years, which is the rollout of diesel generators to critical sites. And when I say critical sites, similar to the Telstra approach, the criticality of the sites depends on a number of factors: the number of subscribers which are in that area, the number of customers, but also the accessibility of the site. So if it's a site which is serving a community and we believe it's likely to get isolated in the event of an incident, then that's prioritised for the rollout of a diesel generator. And of course, the number of dependent sites on that single site, such as hub sites. So it's a measure of the risk of the site and the accessibility. How would we respond in the event of an incident? We also do dimension the batteries accordingly. So the battery capacity varies anything from 4 hours, in some cases over 10 hours, for a very similar reason, that if the site is likely to become isolated, or if there's a number of customers dependent on that site in the event of a power outage, then we'll increase the battery capacity at that site.
Okay, thank you very much. NBN.
Thank you, Chair. In the network design and the preliminary phase, certainly the various hazards are taken into account. For NBN, we operate a range of technologies, each with their own nuances for resilience. Similar to the other providers, we base around 4 or 8 hours minimum battery life for our key nodes. In the case of satellite services, There's no external running infrastructure. It's a highly resilient platform, and most of the regional and rural Australian services are satellite. So different technologies have different requirements. We do just very much take into account the hazard exposure for communities as well as our infrastructure in considering those solutions for each technology and its location.
Thank you. And I should qualify what I just said too. It's not just the community that relies on you. It's actually a lot of first responders as well. And I think we'll hear more from them soon. I will say one thing, because the comments we get have been up and down, by the way. We've had a vast variety of comments on service providers, but all of you have had positive comments at some stage or another from parts of the community for being right behind the first responders and going in as they're still fighting fires to resume services. So I just want to make sure that it's not just a negative. There have been some positives, a lot of positives in there. One other question, I'll go to my other commissioners. If you know that a site is about to go down and you have various levels of intelligence, and you've talked about how we need to resolve that in the future, but if you know a site is about to go down, based on the fact that the community need that information, do you warn the community if they're in a cell? Do you send a text to them saying, we believe your coverage is about to go? Or is the first thing that they know, it's gone? Please, I'll start with Optus first, please.
We don't. We communicate with the customers in the event of an outage to say there's an outage, and we do give them a forewarning of the time when the service will be restored.
That's a planned outage, though. Is that right? That's a planned outage, you would tell them.
So we'll certainly forewarn of a planned outage. Then we've got a program in place because there is scope for improvement. So we are improving our planned outage notification. In the event of an outage, we keep communication with our customers mostly through our website to give them an idea of when the service is going to come back up. We do not warn a community of the risk of an outage, and we have reflected upon this in the case of the most recent events, that rather than us communicating that your service is likely to go down, we will rely on the authorities such as the RFS to give a more broad warning of the risks to the community, because the community will be concerned about their telco, about their power, about the water and any other services. So instead of there being a number of different warnings going out to that community, we believe it would be better if it was one common communication.
That's a valid point. What forum is that being coordinated through? Please don't tell me that's going to be a 5-year program.
I don't know that it's going to be a 5-year program.
No, you missed yesterday's commentary. Sorry about that. But is there a forum that's bringing everyone together to be able to ensure that the emergency services, if they're going to pick that up, understand that that will be their responsibility?
No. Well, again, not that I'm aware of. It was a comment that we made in our response that we believe that that's an appropriate way to go forward.
Thank you. Ms Scarlett.
Commissioner, if I could start very much on that point.
Yeah.
For me, it goes back to something which actually is very much at the heart of what Telstra knows and takes its accountability for, which is the dependency that happens on us. And as a result of that, ahead of the disaster season, we do distribute communications both on our website, but also locally through communities to talk about the fact that to get people aware about the fact that there may be situations where this communication method, which we have all become so dependent on, might not be available. Because I think even just that community awareness is really important, because we've got to the stage where people are thinking about it being an always on. And so we talk about things like having, a backup charger just for your mobile phone, a portable charger that you could take with you even for, and also talk about satellite phones. And when we have been visiting communities after the bushfires, we've been talking about to communities about the possibility that they have, for example, a sat phone in their community council chambers, or just so that it is ready. And that community resilience communications is part of actually the things that are being targeted with the telecommunications hardening that the federal government has announced as well, that there is one limb of that which is about communications, because and we think that is part of it, is actually communicating about community resilience. I just wanted to add that.
No, thank you for that. But you're not aware of a forum that is there to raise what Mr. Pesavento just mentioned about being able to bring all this together, and then the emergency services being able to put it out. Oh, yeah, this area is about to. No, you're not. Okay, thank you.
No.
No, I appreciate that. Thanks a lot, Mr. Pickens.
Similarly to Optus, our messaging to customers is actually reactive rather than proactive. It is something that similarly we've thought about since this bushfire season, but it's not something for which we have any concrete plans as yet. But certainly during the recent natural disasters, we have not proactively communicated to customers that their service is at risk.
No, thank you. NBN.
Chair, NBN dominantly feeds information through to the service providers as those that then deal with the end user, the customers. We proactively share information with each of the providers during an event through mechanisms such as a risk of network impact notice where we anticipate services being disrupted. So we proactively share information as quickly as possible with the providers and emergency services.
All right, thank you very much. Commissioner McIntosh? No questions? Commissioner Bennett?
I just have one quick question. I'm going to start with Ms Scarlett because you were the one who discussed it earlier. Going back to the question of the 000 calls versus emergency alerts versus apps. I think it was put to you before about having both emergency alerts and Fires Near Me type of apps available in a progressive roaming situation. I just want to break that down for 1 second because it seems to me that there is a difference between the data provision that comes with things like an app like Fires Near Me and a mere emergency alert, which is a simpler situation and a bit more in the 000 category, if I can call it that. And you did say that there was an agreement being looked at for this question of emergency alerts, and you also pointed out that it was not mandated but allowable, I think was the concept. So what I wanted to ask you was two questions. One is, are you looking at them separately so that you can have an agreement for progressive roaming just with the emergency alert rather than the greater subject matter of data sharing? And secondly, what the timing of such an agreement might look like? Are you able to say, or is it just in early negotiation stages?
Yes, so the discussion in relation to the alerts, so if I take that, is the one that is an active conversation. So that is about the alerts. So at the moment, if I take one step back to give some clarity, at the moment the National Emergency Alert System is a system that the Victorian Emergency Authority has lead house on for the rest of the nation, and Telstra provides a platform that enables that to happen. So we're just the platform provider, and they determine sort of the alerts, and they get fed in and they get sent out. But they have separate arrangements across each of the carriers in relation to those being sent. And so the consideration that's being had is like whether you could actually have a system where instead of it being separately sent onto networks, it effectively this idea that it gets sent out across all of the networks. That is an active conversation, and that's a Comms Alliance, industry-based conversation that is actually happening. And I'm not clear of exactly the status at the moment, but I know it has been active, so I'm not thinking that is a years type of thing. It's actually, that would be something that is active and being progressed. As compared to the broader conversation about what we refer to as roaming more generally, which would then would pick up the concept that about apps and internet and broadband type of access as well, which has to have an element as well of fixed as well. I think it's important to remember that nowadays people do use their mobiles, but also their fixed service to access apps and the internet.
No, thank you very much. That was very helpful. I just wanted to get that division in the two concepts. Thank you. I don't know if anybody else needs to add anything to that. No one seems to be wanting to, so I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much for clarifying that.
Oh, that's good clarification. I had a similar question. I've got one more, and I think we might have covered a little bit when we were talking about virtual mobile cores before, as we sort of alluded to 5G. Can just each of you comment, is it going to be by default on the way 5G is going to be designed as an architecture in the future that it has better resilience for natural disasters and emergencies? Or do you need to design that in? And if you do need to design that in, are you doing that with each of the companies as you develop the 5G network? And I'll start with Telstra first, if I could, please.
Thank you, Chair. The 5G network has got additional resilience, but I would say that resilience is probably more targeted towards security resilience in terms of malicious actions. In terms of basic physical resilience, it is basically an evolution of the current generation of mobile technology. So it is still subject to, the issues that we had, like connectivity via transmission, power outages. That type of impact is exactly the same for whether it's 4G or 5G.
Thank you. Mr. Park Whitelaw?
Yes, Chair. NBN does not plan to operate mobile phone networks, so I might defer to the other proponents if that's okay.
No, that's okay. I just wanted to give you the chance. Mr. Pickens?
Yeah, I think echoing the comments there from Telstra is 5G in itself will still be reliant on having a base station and an air interface to a customer, to a handset. And as much as we can make things resilient, within the chain, 5G in itself is not going to provide any significant difference in how the user actually accesses that network. If that local base station is down, there is still potential for an impact to customers.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Pesavento?
Yeah, similar comment to everyone else. In the metro areas, 5G will potentially have a lot more overlap through small cells, but particularly in regional areas, there will be that dependency on the last mile, the last leg, which is the local base station, and 5G will have that same dependency.
Okay, thank you. And that's... Yeah, Ms. Hogan-Doran?
We're all done, and I also note the time.
It's time, but it was time worth spent, and I appreciate the candour of which you have approached this morning, because I know that there are commercial sensitivities between the various companies and there are issues there, but I appreciate you talking about the challenges that you had in the 2019-2020 bushfires, which they were on a very large scale, and they were what's commonly referred to now as a fire campaign natural disaster, because they went for so long and over such an area. But I appreciate you being able to discuss what happened, areas for improvement and areas to look to the future, and that will help the Commission in our consideration as we move forward. So thank you very much for that. Do we have any questions from those with leave to appear?
No, not that have been communicated to us, but the council representing these witnesses are actually online.
They're online.
And we might just pause to see if anyone needed to raise anything.
Nope, we've paused. Okay.
All right.
Ms. Scarlett, gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us, and sorry for it being a lot longer than we had planned, but it was worthwhile, and we appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commission.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commission.
Might be they released from their summonses?
They may be released from their summonses.
That's it.
Okay, that's noting the time, and we will try and get ourselves back on to time. Let's take a break now until 11:50 Canberra time. We'll adjourn till then.
All rise. The Royal Commission has now resumed. Please be seated.
Ms Hogan-Doran, shall we proceed?
Yes, Chair. Mr Glover will take this session.
Mr Glover.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioners, as foreshadowed by Ms Hogan-Doran this morning, in this session we will hear evidence relating to critical communications, being the capabilities public safety agencies have to communicate with one another. Communication is undoubtedly critical to the work undertaken by our emergency services agencies, their personnel, including first responders, both in natural disasters and more generally. You will recall Ms Hogan-Doran's opening earlier this week that submissions have been received suggesting there were concerns expressed, including by firefighters themselves, that the absences of reliable communications hindered the firefighting response. Today, emergency services gather information as best they can. In most cases, situational awareness relies on manual submission of information with different equipment and technical standards between jurisdictions and agencies. The result is often an incomplete picture of the broader situation. Mobile broadband technology opens up new ways for emergency services agencies and their personnel to access a vast range of information sources while in the field. Indeed, mobile broadband offers significant potential to improve how police, fire, ambulance and other public safety agencies deliver their services, saving lives and properties. For example, live video streaming between a fire crew on the fire ground and incident command enhances situational awareness and facilitates the efficient deployment of resources, driving better response outcomes for responders and the community. Presently, only modest use has been made of mobile broadband to date due to concerns that the quality of services is insufficient to support mission-critical situations. We will explore why this is the case, as well as hear how Australia is progressing its development of a public safety mobile broadband capability and the challenges to its development. We will also hear about next generation 000 services. Indeed, with the introduction of new and emerging technologies, including 5G networks, the capability to provide real-time data-rich information to first responders is only limited by availability of a resilient network capability. In this session, we will hear first from Jeff Spring from the Centre of Disaster Management and Public Safety at the University of Melbourne. Following Mr Spring's evidence, we will hear evidence from Ms Kylie de Courtenay from the New South Wales Telco Authority and Mr Marty Smythe, Victoria's Emergency Services Telecommunications Authority. Ms de Courtenay and Mr Smythe will give their evidence concurrently. Included in this morning's tender was also a witness statement from Mr Christopher Beatson from the New South Wales Police Force. He is the chair of the National Emergency Communications Working Group, Australia, New Zealand. The working group is a representative forum that deals with emergency communications, contact and response issues, and aims to deal with national positions on matters pertaining to the 000 emergency call facility. In the earlier session, we heard about roaming across providers' networks. The working group advocates for mandated roaming across mobile networks. Presently, in an emergency management situation, as we heard this morning, only 000 calls can roam onto any network regardless of the provider of the caller's service. Roaming improves redundancy as a caller can access another network for sending of messages and alerts. If a carrier's network is compromised in a disaster area, emergency alerts cannot be received by customers of that carrier. Legislation has been introduced in Europe in recent times to mandate roaming. The working group's position is that this should be considered in Australia. The working group also considers that PSMB has the potential to significantly improve public safety communications. I now call Mr Jeff Spring, who will take an oath.
Good morning, Mr Spring. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning.
And sorry to keep you waiting.
That's fine, thank you.
Mr. Spring, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Spring, you have provided a witness statement dated 24 June 2020 in response to a notice issued by the Commission. Do you agree with that?
Yes,
Do you adopt that statement as true and correct?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Spring, thank you also for your centre's submission to the Royal Commission. As I understand it, it was prepared in conjunction with a number of the centre's partners, including the Australian Radio Communications Industry Association, the Australian Critical Communications Forum, the International Council on Systems Engineering, and the Australian Control Room Network Association. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. And while the submission itself traverses a range of topics, as we have limited time today, I wanted to just concentrate on one particular aspect of the submission, being public safety mobile broadband, or PSMB as it is known. Can you please describe for the assistance of the Commission what PSMB is?
Public safety mobile broadband is essentially giving to public safety agencies, first responders, a strengthened capability into what the community gets through our mobile networks. So it came about, my reckoning, around about 2010, when the technology which underpins the consumer mobile network, long-term evolution, emerged, and shortly thereafter, an international group of organisations who represent mission-critical agencies approached or decided that that should be adopted to provide that same capability for first responders. It had got to the stage globally where it was being recognised that with the rapid take-up of mobile phones, etc., that in many ways the community had a better communications than public safety agencies themselves. So this was a step to address that gap.
Thank you. You mentioned in that answer the international experience, and your submission also makes reference to the experience of various international jurisdictions with public safety mobile broadband. Can you please describe some of those overseas experiences for us?
Building on that, to adopt LTE as the technology, there was an approach made to a standards development organisation, the 3GP Partnership, which develops the standards for these sorts of networks, and they were convinced and agreed that there needed to be a special set of standards for critical communications. Forming that base and coming out of the US Congress investigation into the 9/11 disaster, where communications interoperability and capability was identified as a key factor, there was considerable funding allocated to produce a public safety mobile broadband network to cover all 50 states and mainland and US territories. So that really, I suppose, bounced the ball in terms of public safety mobile broadband globally, and the rest of the world has progressively followed. So there's a number of projects that started not that far apart in the Emergency Services Network in the UK. There's a major project now for pan-European broadband connecting all 11 European countries going on right at the moment. Finland, France, Germany, Canada, all joined the community, I suppose. And I think the really good thing out of that was that information sharing between those countries started to occur, predominantly led by the FirstNet agency created in the US to lead this. But I think it came out of the sharing of information regarding land mobile radio that had been around for many, many years. So effectively, what's developed through to this point in time is a international community that's committed itself to sharing information, lessons learnt about how countries can put in place public safety mobile broadband capabilities. And I think the lessons learnt is a good example, because the UK, for example, had a major change of direction not that long ago. And I think we've all learnt that this is not a simple thing when you try and turn the consumer-based mobile network into a highly resilient capability that needs mission-critical communications and public safety agents.
Can you just describe some of those challenges that are faced by jurisdictions and countries and public safety agencies developing a public safety mobile broadband capability?
Well, I think there's a whole range of them, but I think culturally that the projects I've spoken about are based upon a public-private sector partnership. So the FirstNet project in the US is progressing on the basis of a partnership with one of the US's major telcos. Same thing in the UK. The proposal here is for use of the public safety mobile broadband capability that will be able to use the mobile network operators' networks here. So there's that cultural shift. There's a procurement process that you have to go through. The European one, for example, is extremely complex, but the Public Safety Communications Europe, which is a group that's running that process, I think, done a terrific job to set a timetable, determine what was required by working very closely with end users. That's the other important thing. In the US and particularly in Europe, the specification of what agencies needed has gone right down to first responders. So working closely with those people who put their lives at risk to protect communities, deliver health services, etc., and develop use cases. And that means that those first responders feel that they've had direct input in those use cases, they own them. Then you can turn it into conventional business cases, and you can go through a procurement process. The other element has been, as I touched on before, about standards. The 3GPP Standards Development Organisation, pleasingly, as I said, it accepted there was a need for a special suite of standards to support public safety mobile broadband. They're well advanced. They started to develop the standards around voice, and now they've gone to video and data-related aspects, and that they've included those in the way that they actually release standards. I think the other pleasing thing is that they've looked at some other standards they're looking at, maybe for railways, etc., and they've done lessons learned across the development of standards. So I think, again, it's a global community that's progressing these issues, and there are
Mr. Spring,
I think
Mr. Spring, can I just stop you there for a moment? Does Commissioner Bennett have a question?
I do, thank you. I just want to clarify one thing. You said that the 3GPP have adopted this as a standard to be implemented. Is that correct?
They've developed the standards that have been adopted.
Yes, but once the 3GPP passed that becomes binding in effect on standards for producers and for everybody, for the people who are dealing with the base stations and the creators of the devices, the UEs. Is that right?
Not binding, but you think commercially it's sensible to say that the product, whatever it might be, the equipment has been built to that standard.
Right.
Because that gets down to interoperability.
Exactly. So once it's in the 3GPP and it becomes a world standard, then everything has the capacity to comply with that, because it has to be built into the devices and the base station to comply with the standards set by 3GPP.
That's exactly right.
Okay. So that means that the functionality is there for everybody to be able to do that worldwide. And what you're saying, as I understand it, is that functionality is then therefore available in everyone's device and every base station. And what we're talking about is then the commercial and cultural and business propositions that then have to kick in to implement it.
Exactly, and it gets into questions about supply chains, but commercially it's how does vendor X produce a product that meets the standards but might have other add-ons, things that are attractive, etc., before provide the basic function.
Thank you.
Which raises the other issue about vendor lock-in. So it means that the human processors have to understand what the standard is, what's the functionality that's being asked to be provided, so they don't accidentally get themselves locked into a vendor for a number of years to provide equipment.
Thank you very much. That's very helpful.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Spring, just before we leave that international experience, you mentioned earlier that the UK had a recent change of direction. Are you able to tell us about that?
The UK project was intended to replace a quite extensive land mobile radio network that had been in place right across the UK for many years. And the intention, as we understood it from various presentations, that they would switch one off and they would switch the other one on. And they went down that path. And again, lessons learned. The decision was made to say maybe that wasn't going to happen. So part of the reset was a more progressive rollout of that network, which is called the Emergency Services Network. It is a bit like the FirstNet project in the US. It's a significant project because it's putting all the first responders on the one network right across the United Kingdom.
Yeah, thank you.
It appears to be back on track now.
Thank you. Is the takeaway from that and the experience of FirstNet in the United States that public safety mobile broadband is expensive?
Any of this technology is expensive. I think what's going to have to be recognised in this public-private sector partnership is touched on in the last session, which I was listening to, the public safety grade nature of the infrastructure that's got to be provided will carry mission critical communications across networks. So there's a construction standard for a commercial grade. This has taken it to another level in terms of resiliency, and that would of course have an associated cost with it.
Yes, thank you. And I was going to ask you this question right at the end, but given the UK experience you've just let us know about, in your opinion, will PSMB replace the existing land mobile radio networks that are currently used in Australia by emergency services agencies?
I don't think that's going to occur. I've done a bit of work putting together a timetable of things that have happened over about the last 10 years. And around about 2010, when LTE emerged, there was a lot of, I'll put it politely, marketing hype that what you just said was going to occur. It was all going to be wonderful, buy this, buy that, and we can do it all in 12 months or something like that. Lesson learned is no, that wasn't going to occur, and certainly my view, and there's a community view now that emerged about 2017 to say that the existing LMR networks will be with us for many years, and if there's an acceptance that cellular networks are going to collapse every now and again, then public safety must have that back network of a highly resilient land mobile voice-based network to be able to continue.
Thank you. And I just want to take you now to the Council of Australian Government's support for Australia's public safety mobile broadband. that is something that is mentioned in your report and was the subject of a communique by the Council of Australian Governments in December 2018. In your opinion, is there a greater role that the Commonwealth Government can play in relation to the development of Australia's public safety mobile broadband capability?
Well, I thought, first of all, it was pleasing to see COAG provide that support. They also earned their support for the PSMB roadmap. I think the thing you've got to realise is that this has been 2 or 3 times this concept has started between different governments, different bureaucracies, etc. So I think for the work that was done to get that in front of COAG and get COAG support and endorsement of the roadmap is a good first step at this point in time.
Thank you. Another matter mentioned in the submission, and sorry, I think I called it a report before I meant to say your submission, is the significance of the mobile black spots program on the development of a PSMB capability. Can you just please explain how that program can contribute to PSMB capability?
Well, in the concept that we understand is currently being looked at, that PSMB for public safety will be provided by use of the mobile network operators' networks, that investment in the mobile network, the black spot program for the mobile network to cover gaps in coverage has got to be a good thing for public safety mobile broadband in the future, because one of the key aspects of public safety mobile broadband is it does depend on coverage, and that coverage is being provided by supposedly going to be covered by the mobile network operators, hence my interest in the last panel with discussion about coverage and mobile infrastructure, etc. So it's, I think in the submission we just wanted to note that that investment is good and it's ongoing, but it does have a double purpose if public safety mobile broadband proceeds down the path that it appears to be going.
Thank you, Mr. Spring. Commissioners, given the time constraints, those are all the questions I had for Mr. Spring.
No, I think that and Commissioner Bennett's question actually clarified a lot there, and so I think that's set a very good basis for the ongoing discussions that we're going to have and an understanding of where that fits into the system. Let's see if Commissioner McIntosh's question. Bennett? No, I think that's covered it well.
Thank you. Might Mr. Spring be excused from his summons?
Mr. Spring, thank you for joining us this morning and this afternoon. We appreciate it very much, and thank you for giving us the baseline that we need for the further discussions. And you may be excused from your summons. Thank you.
Commissioners, the next 2 witnesses, as I foreshadowed earlier, will be giving their evidence concurrently. I call Ms. Kylie de Courtenay and Mr. Marty Smythe. While those witnesses are being brought up, both will take an oath.
Mr. Smythe, Ms. de Courtenay, thank you for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you.
Afternoon.
Ms. de Courtenay, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Smythe, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
First to you, Mr. Courtenay. You have provided a witness statement to the Commission dated 25 June 2020 in response to a notice issued by the Commission. Do you adopt that statement as true and correct?
I do.
Thank you. And next to you, Mr. Smythe, you provided a witness statement, also dated 25 June 2020, in response to a notice issued by the Commission. Do you adopt that statement as true and correct?
Yes,
Thank you. And thank you also for your witness statements, which traverse a range of matters of interest to the Commission. When I am asking you questions, I do not require you to answer in a way that would expose any commercially sensitive information, and this is perhaps directed mostly to you, Mr. Courtenay, in relation to the current request for proposal to develop a national proof of concept test environment for a mobile virtual network operator radio access network delivery model of the public safety mobile broadband. Please do let me know if you are asked a question that you think you can't answer, and obviously do not answer the question.
Noted, thank you.
First, I'd like to ask you some questions about the respective roles of your agencies. First to you, Mr. Courtenay, can you please outline the role of the New South Wales Telco Authority and your position in the authority?
So my position is Managing Director of the Authority. I've been in that position for 12 months. The role of the Telco Authority in New South Wales is fairly unique. Our primary responsibility is to run the public safety network, also known as the Government Radio Network, or GRN, that provides mission critical communications to the emergency services organisations in New South Wales. In addition to that, we have a role managing the Telecommunications Emergency Management Unit. That unit has prime responsibility for interface with the telecommunications industry in the case of a natural disaster or other incidents. In addition to that, the New South Wales Telco Authority has other responsibilities in program delivery, including in regional digital connectivity, mobile black spots, and the largest program, which is extending the government radio network to be a statewide network through the Critical Communications Enhancement Program.
Thank you. And I'm not sure whether you heard the earlier panel this morning of telecommunications providers, but we heard some evidence from them that in the last bushfire season there was liaison between them and the authority. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Mr. Smythe, then turning to you, can you please outline the role of the Emergency Services Telecommunications Authority in Victoria and your position in the authority?
Yes, thank you. I'm the Chief Executive of the Emergency Services Telecommunications Authority. Our primary role in Victoria is to take 000 calls from the general public, to triage and process those calls on behalf of police, fire, ambulance and the State Emergency Service, and then to coordinate the dispatch of resources to incidents across the state of Victoria. We also have a role as a contract director for the managed services for the public-private partnership contracts between the state and the providers that provide radio networks and an emergency alerting system across the state of Victoria.
And we heard evidence in... apologies.
So I was just going to say our role is really coordination on behalf of the emergency service organisations of the movement of resources once the 000 call has been processed.
Thank you. And we heard some evidence in the first session that ESTA is the national lead on the emergency alert capability. Can you just describe for us what that role involves?
The emergency alert service that ESTA provides is for police, fire, ambulance and state emergency service to alert them to an incident in the community for the response, for the dispatch process. That's for the state of Victoria.
Thank you. So I'd now like to ask you some questions about your respective authorities' responsibilities for the radio networks that are used currently by emergency services, agencies and personnel in your jurisdictions. So Mr. Courtenay, you mentioned in the role that one of the roles of the New South Wales Telco Authority was responsibility for the government radio network, or the GRN as it's known. Can you please describe, for the assistance of the Commission, what that network involves and where it operates?
Sure. The government radio network operates predominantly within the metropolitan area of New South Wales. It currently covers 35% approximately of the state. It provides mission critical communications, so not consumer or business grade services, but mission critical communications to emergency services organisations. So when you see an RFS volunteer with a radio and a hose, in part that radio network may be provided by the New South Wales Telco Authority. In addition to the GRN, each of the ESOs have an existing network. As we build out that network to be a full state network, they will migrate onto a statewide government radio network.
What's the timing that the authority has in mind for the rollout of that statewide network?
Funding for the program is being allocated on a staged basis. We currently have funding for the next couple of years to continue to roll out until we've covered, the vast majority of the state. So we're aiming for more than 400 sites, excuse me, by December 2022. A future business case is under development for the final tranche of funding for a statewide network to complete the work.
Thank you. I will just ask you one more question, then I'll move to Mr. Smythe so your voice can have a rest. We heard some evidence earlier in the week from the New South Wales Cross-Border Commissioner, Mr. McTavish, that people can roam both on the GRN and Queensland's government wireless network. For the Commission's assistance, that's at transcript page 1197 and 1198. But Mr. McTavish said he was unaware of where the New South Wales Telco Authority sits in relation to the formal back-end integration of those systems, but you can roam between the respective channels now. I'd just like to ask you, was the authority involved in achieving that interoperability between the GRN and the GWN?
Yes, so there is interoperability between New South Wales and Queensland. That will be extended as the CCP program builds more sites along the state border. We have full operability between New South Wales and ACT, but that's not quite reflected yet between New South Wales and Victoria.
And was that, and sorry, I always said I had only one more question for you. I have one further question for you. Was that something that was hard to do in practice?
It is neither simple nor quick. So the technology, there are workarounds, but they are that. They are workarounds to make it work. It's not a seamless integration that's easily possible with a flick of a switch or a decision. So yes, it takes some work.
Thank you. I'll give your voice a rest now and turn to Mr. Smythe.
My apologies.
Mr. Smythe, can you please describe the operation of Victoria's Metropolitan Mobile Radio Service and the mobile data network that operates in Victoria?
Yes, Victoria has two radio networks. There's the Metropolitan Mobile Radio Network, which is operated on a public-private partnership contract, and my organisation is the contract manager for that contract. That provides a radio network for police, fire, ambulance and SES in the greater metropolitan area of Melbourne. There's also a regional mobile radio network which covers the rest of the state. And there's a mobile data network which primarily ambulance services use in the process of dispatch and information sharing.
Do all Victorian emergency services agencies currently use those networks?
Yes, they do.
I'll now ask you about some of the challenges that emergency services personnel face when using those existing land mobile radio capabilities in your jurisdictions. And Mr. Smythe, I'll just stay with you for the time being. In your view, what are the challenges that emergency services personnel face when using Victoria's LMR networks?
With radio, they do black spots due to radio coverage. In buildings can be a challenge if using what they call a portable or a handheld radio because of radio messages going into buildings. That can be challenging. If a natural disaster such as a bushfire goes across the state and burns the towers or damages the towers, that too can provide a coverage challenge. Radio networks are reliable. Probably the biggest challenge I would say would be coverage between sites and towers across the state.
In that respect, does your agency have any role in developing proposals for sites and towers to obtain greater coverage and build resilience in the network?
Our organisation works very closely with Emergency Management Victoria and the emergency service organisations, and we will identify black spots, for example, and have funding for remediation of those black spots. So through a process of governance, we can feed back to the Emergency Management Victoria and the vendors and work through those kinds of issues, yes.
Thank you. And I just should also ask you, what is the authority doing, or is the authority doing anything to achieve greater interoperability with other jurisdictions in respect of its radio networks?
There is always opportunity to improve, and we would be talking with New South Wales, for example, for interoperability across the state borders, and also with South Australia. There is groups that look at these kinds of things and improving what we call the fleet map, which is where the radio coverage goes and how the radios actually operate in the field.
Thank you. I'll go back to Mr. Courtenay now. In your view, what are the challenges that emergency services personnel face when using New South Wales's GRN network?
I'll answer that about the GRN network and the networks that they have on an individual ESO basis. So I concur with all of Marty's suggestions in terms of what the challenges are. There are obviously issues in terms of coverage, interoperability at state borders, in-building coverage in some instances. Some of the key challenges are obviously around coverage on key transport networks, so key transport routes, as well as the fact that where you're more likely to be able to get coverage is where there is the population, but certainly in a bushfire scenario, that's not necessarily where there are high population levels. I think in addition to that, obviously, the GRN and other LMR networks are highly reliable, but they provide voice only and some narrowband data, which means that the sort of full potential suite of data opportunities is not there using LMR networks.
Thank you. The Commission's received some submissions from providers of essential services like electricity, suggesting that they should be given access to the GRN. What's the New South Wales Telco Authority's position on that?
Any agency or organisation potentially that is has an activity that is allied with emergency services, we assess for whether they can utilise the government radio network. So certainly the GRN is not just for the 5 main ESOs in New South Wales.
Thank you. And I just wondered, you said before in relation to your program of enhancements that it was a staged process. Are you able to give the Commission any indication of when that process will be completed?
I can't give definitive timing because it is subject to the endorsement of a business case that we haven't yet completed writing, and then funding allocation. But as I said, the currently funded scope is due to complete at the end of December 2022.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Smythe, I'll go back to you now, and I wanted to ask you some questions about your authority's investments in the next generation 000 services that you refer to in your witness statement. Can you just describe, for the assistance of the Commission, what are next generation 000 services? Mr. Smythe, sorry, we're having some difficulty hearing you at the start of your answers. If it's okay, once I ask a question, please just pause for a little while to give the operators of the platform an opportunity to turn your volume up. So if it's okay, I will ask you the question again, and please just pause for a little while, no more than 10 seconds, and then that will allow the volume in the hearing room to be at a level that everyone can hear it. So my question was, just explain to the Commission, please, what are next generation 000 capabilities?
For many, many years, 000 has been based on voice and people accessing the system through telephony and voice. Next generation 000 would enable multi-channels. So, for example, people would be able to access the emergency services through text, through video, through photos, and possibly through social media. So it gives the general public a much wider range of mechanisms or channels by which to access emergency services other than just by voice.
Can you just give us a sort of practical example of how that would work? In particular in relation to a social media context?
Yes, for example, people might take a video of a fire or a video of a road traffic crash and provide that sort of data or material to us, and then we could analyse that and then pass that information on to the responding agencies, which gives the responding agencies more intelligence, a situational awareness, and much more of an impression of what they're responding to.
Thank you. Are there any other benefits of how that type of capability would assist the management of information during a natural disaster?
Yes, it would enable interoperability, and it would be reliant on using broadband, and it would enable rich data and information to be shared with incident control centres throughout the state and the state control centre, and it would give a much broader range of information and data for intelligence and situational awareness.
Thank you. That is a very good segue into the public safety mobile broadband. So I'll now turn back to Mr. Courtenay, please, and I'll like to ask you some questions about the New South Wales Telco Authority's role in relation to PSMB. So perhaps starting with the obvious, what is the authority's role?
The authority is currently hosting the national PMO for public safety mobile broadband. That reports in ultimately to the Senior Officials Committee, which has representatives from every state and territory and the Commonwealth. So our role is to help coordinate the progression of public safety mobile broadband for Australia.
Thank you. And what's that senior officials committee?
That's the, I guess, the responsible committee for progression of public safety mobile broadband. As I said, made up of representatives from every state and territory and the Commonwealth.
And so because this is a national role, why doesn't the Commonwealth do this?
That is an excellent question. We're in discussions with the Commonwealth in relation to that matter. The perspective of the New South Wales Telco Authority is that a program of this nature should be hosted and run from the Commonwealth, given the coordination requirements across all of the country.
Thank you. Can you give us an explanation of where the process is currently at the moment?
Sure. There are a number of work streams within the Public Safety Mobile Broadband program. One of the key ones is in relation to spectrum. For mission critical public safety mobile broadband to be realised, we need an allocation of spectrum from the Commonwealth. The amount of spectrum, the cost of that spectrum, etc., is not something that has yet been finalised or agreed. There's a technical proof of concept which is the intent is to run that technical proof of concept. We are in the final stages of negotiation of the technical POC scope. I can't go into too much detail in relation to that. Then there's other work streams in relation to, the creation of a full business case for future funding and those sorts of things. But certainly spectrum and the technical side of the equation are sort of the two items that are key at the moment.
Thank you. And you're undoubtedly aware that in December 2018, COAG approved a roadmap for the development of PSMB. I'd just like to have that brought up on the screen so that we can see it. It's operator RCN.900.032.0432. Now, can you please focus in as best you can onto the current F year 1920? So can you go into phase, please? Thank you. Yep. So this is approximately where we are in the timeline at present, or where it was intended to be. Given this roadmap was produced some 18 months ago, is it still the case that Australia is on track to meet the timeline set out in this document?
The short answer is no. You'd need to scroll to the left in terms of, my discussion earlier about where we are with the proof of concept.
I'll just stop you there, Mr. Courtenay. We'll scroll to the left. Thank you.
So the intent was that the proof of concept, in terms of the technical side of the equation, would both start and finish earlier. There have been delays in the proof of concept. Happy to get into some of the reasons for that. But I would say that that timetable has all shifted to the right.
Thank you. Sorry, please go on.
Go ahead. Go ahead. It's fine.
So given that's the case, when do you expect to achieve implementation now? And operator, and sorry, Mr. Courtenay, just before you answer that question, operator, can you scroll to the right, which is the next, it's called Horizon 4 Phase 1 Implementation. Thank you. So Mr. Courtenay, when do you expect to achieve Horizon 4 now, Phase 1 implementation?
Until such time as we've completed the POC and resolved the situation in relation to spectrum and some of the other capabilities that are required for public safety mobile broadband, it would be very difficult to give an accurate estimation of the timeframe. There are a number of issues that until they are resolved, it simply means you can't give any certainty to that timing. I know there was some conversation earlier today around roaming. The model that we're pursuing has as an element within it that type of roaming for public safety purposes. I'm not sure if it came through clearly or not from the carriers, but having a roaming capability is a material challenge for the program.
And that is because that the PSMB capability that's being considered is intended to sit over the operators or the existing network owners' networks and permit emergency services to roam across those networks.
Yes, that's correct. In addition to, there are many places where the existing carriers are not. Most of those locations will be covered by the government radio network when the CCEP program is complete. So we'll have built that additional backbone in lesser populated areas. But it is reliant in the more heavily populated areas on that model to allow roaming across the carriers.
Thank you. I'm going to move on to a slightly different topic now. Just before I'll just check with the commissioners to make sure they didn't have any questions at this stage.
I've got one. It's a basic one for Mr. Smythe. And then actually, I'd just like to expand, while I'm talking, can we just expand that picture to go down to the LMR part of it? So Mr. Smythe, I'll just go back to the 000, next generation 000, and the description you gave. And I just wanted to get an understanding. In the 000 context, you've got a system, it's not national, but it's close enough to national, and you've got Victoria with its own system. A, is that what's planned for the next generation 000 as well? And B, when we talk about the PMSB, is there a national system and Victoria, or is Victoria participating in this?
The 000 system is national. Victoria, unlike other states in Australia and New Zealand, is an integrated system. So we take the 000 calls for police, fire, ambulance and state emergency service, whereas in other states, that is run by each of the agencies. So we're a unique model, and it's in Australia, in fact, around the world, there's probably only about 26 organisations like ESTA that do the combined call taking and dispatch for the agencies. So public service mobile broadband, we would be a consumer of that data and passing it on to the first responders in the field.
I'll go to Commissioner Bennett first, and I'll come back for another question.
Sorry, I just want to understand it because I had a question also, and this is directed to Mr. Smythe. I can't remember the detail, but there was an arrangement between New South Wales and Queensland, and I think Mr. Courtenay said that I can't remember the very diplomatic way in which he put it, but it was almost to the effect that it hasn't yet happened with Victoria. So I'm just trying to ask Mr. Smythe whether Victoria is actively engaging in joining up with New South Wales and Queensland, and in particular across the border regions between the states. But generally speaking, is Victoria actively considering joining in with this? I'm sorry, Mr. Smythe, you're going to have to stop for a second till we raise you and start again, because the volume, we don't hear the beginning of your sentences. I think it should be okay now. No.
That would be a question for Emergency Management Victoria. They are the agency that is working on the public safety mobile broadband. but I would suggest yes, Victoria is with New South Wales and Queensland in this process.
Mr. Courtney, I saw you had your hand up.
Yeah. Victoria and New South Wales have engaged as recently as last month on the topic of the interoperability of the respective radio networks around those border regions. So yes, they are actively engaging.
Sorry, when you say that's very helpful around those border regions, what about the whole state and the whole state? But is it just in the border regions?
So it's predominantly in the border regions because that tends to rise, but it is something that can be leveraged further. So in relation to the land mobile radio side of the equation, and then obviously Victoria is deeply involved in the public safety mobile broadband as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Mr. Courtney, just this diagram that's up now, and we're talking about public safety mobile broadband, PSMB, and moving across, and then you're talking about it wouldn't be the sole solution. There'll be another backbone in other areas, which I thought was the land mobile radio, the LMR. But this diagram shows that phasing out. Yes. Is this diagram now out of date, or is there something else to be added to it?
I think to say that public safety mobile broadband would replace LMR would be incorrect for at least a decade. They've been talking about public safety mobile broadband replacing LTE replacing LMR for over a decade already. So at this point, given the coverage, the resilience, and the reliability of LMR, that as a technology will remain as the primary voice communication mechanism for mission critical communications for, as I said, at least a decade. Bringing in public safety mobile broadband would be an addition, not a replacement.
Great. Thank you very much for clarifying that. Appreciate that. Mr. Glover.
Thank you, Chair. You have anticipated some of my final questions concerning PSMB, but I have one more for you, Mr. Courtney. Have you sought to identify how public safety mobile broadband would improve operational efficiency and the effectiveness of emergency services in responding to natural disasters?
Well, we certainly haven't quantified in any sense how public safety mobile broadband would be able to improve those items in terms of mission critical comms. It's it's fairly self-evident, I would say, that access to video, access to pictures and access to that sort of broadband data would provide the type of support that those first responders would definitely enable more efficient and more effective response to any type of natural disaster. The concept of a picture tells 1,000 words certainly applies, I think, to this kind of technology. So, yeah, I hope that answers that question.
Thank you. I had in mind paragraph 37 of your witness statement, so I might get that brought up and just ask for you to talk through it. Operator, it's NTA.001.002.00008. And so can you zoom in on paragraph 37, please? It goes over the page by 2 lines. Thank you. So, Mr. Courtney, is it right to describe this paragraph as being your answer to the question about how PSMB can improve the effectiveness of first response?
I was definitely more articulate in writing than verbally, yes.
Location tracking.
Look, and so I see there... But location-based awareness, all of those type of applications that can be built on top of the data, as well as future applications that we can't envisage right now. So, that kind of broadband data access, including video and photos, location tracking, etc., would definitely improve operational efficiency. And of course, we, or the Commission, is considering natural disasters, but when we talk about PSMB, we are talking about first response capabilities for all emergency services, so including police responding to call-outs in metropolitan areas.
Yeah, I mean, my answers are focused on bushfires, but we're an all hazards response agency. So yes, it absolutely would be police and fire and rescue, in addition to other agencies such as RFS in New South Wales.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your evidence, Commissioners. Those are my questions.
No, that was excellent. Thank you. Commissioner Bennett? Yeah. Commissioner McIntosh? Mr De Courtenay and Mr Smythe?
Chair, just before we do that, I might just make sure there has been no communications from parties with legal.
You do that while I thank them. Thank you. Thank you this morning. And we appreciate the answers. And in particular, that last one, Mr De Courtenay, was good because it shows the expanse of what PSMB will be or is envisaged to be, and the importance of that information in being able to respond to an all hazards situation. We good?
Might the witnesses be
absolutely
Thank you.
From their summonses?
Thank you. And the witnesses may be excused from their summons. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We're now adjourning until 2 p.m.
Excellent job getting us back on track there, Mr Glover, after the Commissioners took us off track in the last session. So we will adjourn now until 1400 Canberra time. Thank you.
All rise. The Royal Commission has adjourned until 2 p.m. That's good. Well. The Royal Commission has now resumed. Please be seated.
Ms Hogan-Doran,
Yes, Chair.
proceed.
This afternoon's first witness is Dr. Jill Caney, the General Manager of Networks Energy Networks Australia. I call Dr. Caney.
Good afternoon.
Dr. Caney, I'll understand you'll affirm.
I will.
Dr. Caney, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Dr. Caney, you're the General Manager of Networks at Energy Networks Australia. Could you just describe to the Commissioners what is Energy Networks Australia and what is its role?
So Energy Networks Australia is the industry body that represents Australia's electricity transmission and distribution businesses and the gas distribution businesses, so the businesses involved in transporting energy around Australia.
And what's your role involved?
My role is specifically to look after the electricity transmission and distribution members.
Now, the Commissioners can hear a little bit of an accent there. What was your background in recent years? I understand you spent some time in the UK. Could you give the Commissioners just a sense of what you were doing there?
So while I was back in the UK, I was the CEO of the Electricity Storage Network, which is again an industry body that represented electricity storage, so batteries, pumped hydro, all forms of electricity storage, and at all scales from domestic to very large scale.
And you've had a background, I'm stretching back now, but also I understand at one stage you worked for the Bureau of Meteorology in Australia.
Yes, so I worked for the Bureau of Meteorology for 6 years, running Australia's climate reference station at Cape Grim in northwest Tasmania, which is Australia's contribution to the World Meteorological Organisation's assessment of such things as the Kyoto Protocol and the Montreal Protocol, as in how are we meeting our obligations under those protocols.
And just to give the complete picture, what is your qualifications and training?
So I have a PhD in atmospheric chemistry, which was awarded in Australia. I have a first degree in chemistry and physics. I'm also a qualified primary school teacher. And yes, those are my academic qualifications.
All right, thank you. Now, I've provided to the Commissioners an additional document, which is now behind tab 2, and I'm going to have that brought up. It's NND 001/01184.01_0001. And what that was, Dr. Caney, is the 28 April 2020 Energy Networks Australia submission to the Royal Commission, which was early enough in our processes that it was before we changed our numbering system to a slightly more simplified version. Now, what I was proposing to do to assist the Commissioners who haven't seen this material before now, in fact, what I might just do is just formally tender that. That will become. I don't actually know what exhibit number it will become. I'm sorry, Chair. I think I understand it will become 15. I can't tell you. I'm sorry, Chair. I'll defer that. Dr. Caney, in the material that is canvassed in the submission, what I want to do is, first of all, using your experience and knowledge and, of course, your current role in energy storage and energy network businesses, to assist the Commissioners to understand what are standalone power systems and microgrids. Then I want to take you to, and then what the introduction of those into the electricity system will have in terms of getting a real-time picture of management of the system-wide impact of bushfires and other natural disaster risks. I then want to take you to the second matter in the submission, which is issues concerning insurance of the energy network. And then to briefly ask you a couple of questions about vegetation management and maintenance of the transmission corridors for the transmission networks. Then to the, as I said in my opening, get a status update from you on the research work on the methodology to model and manage the economic impacts of severe bushfires. And then finally, just to draw out from you some insights you have on the sort of broader resilience piece for energy networks and electricity networks in particular, but more broadly, and perhaps give some insights to the commissioners on the purpose of the guidance manual and what putting aside the vocabulary issues that seem to be caught up in it. What guidance that can give to resilience measures and mitigation measures in the longer term. Now, we hear many acronyms in this Royal Commission. SAPs is how they're often called. What are standalone power systems and why are they in the news, so to speak?
So standalone power systems are something that have been developed particularly in Western Australia, but essentially at its very simplest, a standalone power system could just be a backup diesel genset to support the energy needs of customers. At the more sophisticated level, they're a very small microgrid with a few customers and will incorporate obviously customers' load, generation, which could be renewable generation, and probably some form of backup generation, and possibly a battery as well to help smooth out generation and supply. In any electricity system, generation and supply must be exactly the same, so you must manage that. And they are completely isolated from the rest of the electricity network. And as I'm sure you can imagine, Australia's electricity network has a large number of very long lines, which are expensive to maintain and vulnerable to natural hazards. So in placing small groups of customers on a standalone power system, you get rid of that vulnerable line and customers see an improvement in their reliability, so a better service. And also where those long lines go through bush, they do present a risk of starting bushfires. So by removing that long line, you're also removing that risk of starting a bushfire.
Now, are SAPs and microgrids a new technological development, or are they just newly being introduced into Australia?
They're not particularly new, but the way they're being applied in Australia is new. There is a requirement in Australia that customers are connected to the distribution network. Obviously, if you've got rid of that long line, you are then no longer connected to the distribution network. So then it's difficult, if you like, for a distribution network service provider to deploy a standalone power system as an alternative to that connection. And so since 2017, Australia has been exploring whether this is a good solution and developing regulations around how we might deploy standalone power systems.
So before I come to the regulatory issues, the standalone power systems are particularly, are they of their nature ideal for deployment into sort of rural and remote regions, or is there a slightly more complexity to it if you're looking in remote regions?
No, so you can deploy a standalone power system or a microgrid in a remote region, so it can be completely isolated. Or typically you can have microgrids that are embedded in the wider network. So you can think of a university campus, for instance, might be a microgrid that normally is connected to the wider network, but under certain circumstances may wish to disconnect from the network, perhaps due to an approaching event that it wishes to protect itself from, or to manage a particular outage while ensuring those people that are connected to the microgrid still have access to electricity.
Is it envisaged that the rollout of SAPs into Australia are going to be distributor-led? That is, that they'll remain in the ownership or control of the distributors, or will people or communities be able to own them themselves?
So the current work by the Australian Energy Market Commission has looked at two types of standalone power systems. There's the distribution network service provider-led, which is the model you first described, where they'll be largely owned and operated by the distribution network service providers. And then there's what they're calling third-party standalone power systems, which are still, if you like, requiring more development in sort of regulatory structure in terms of how those might work.
Now, in terms of regulatory structure, the commissioners have got the submission of the Energy Networks Australia to the Australian Energy Market Commission's review into standalone power systems. The commissioners, at an earlier point in the Royal Commission, but post your submission to AEMC, received the report of the AEMC. Driving to the chase, as I understand it, if I can just find my note on it, the regulatory changes that are recommended are changes to the energy market rules and the law, which are we don't need to get into the detail of it, but essentially the concerns are ones that there ought to be reliability standards, there ought to be price control, and that their use ought to be subject to economic regulation by the Australian Energy Regulatory Authority. Is that a fair summary as you understand it?
Yes, I think that's what's been proposed by the Australian Energy Market Commission.
Right. Now, putting that regulatory process to one side, as more and more SAPs and microgrids are introduced into the power network to try to deal with things like becoming isolated, not out of choice, but by dint of natural hazards, risk manifesting, the electricity system will become increasingly decentralised. What kind of challenges does that then raise for the delivery of electricity or the management of electricity from a sort of a national viewpoint?
So I guess the system anyway is becoming decentralised without the addition of standalone power systems and microgrids, because previously we had large-scale generation transmission network, which is, if you like, the upper system, which would then flow through the distribution system to customers. With the advent of solar PV and rooftop solar PV, much more of the generation is now on our rooftops, if you like, at the opposite end of the system. And that provides challenges in terms of managing the entire system, but also managing the distribution network. And if we want to maximise the benefits of this new generation and deliver and understand what the networks are doing, we need to have better visibility. If you like, historically, the distribution network was just there to deliver in one direction, but now we have two directions for electricity. It's going back up the system as well as coming down the system. And so distribution network service providers need to have what we're calling better visibility, which is essentially better monitoring and better data of what's happening technically with network equipment.
All right, thank you, Dr. Caney. What I wanted to go to now is in this submission, I'm not sure to what extent you're able to assist the commissioners, but if we can go to page 3 under the heading Insurance, what is said here in the submission is that an important issue of the review to be aware of is the changing market landscape around insurance relating to network infrastructure and bushfire. Now, I'll just get you to go down, operator, down to the second last paragraph on the page, which begins specific to insurance for bushfire risk. Recent major bushfires and wildfires have occurred throughout the world in North America, France, Germany, Australia, Greece, Indonesia, Italy, Poland and Russia. The consequences of these events include thousands of buildings destroyed, numbers of lives lost and billions of dollars in property damage and resources spent fighting the fire. And then you then go on to note the bankruptcy of PG&E in California. If I could go over to the next page to the paragraph commencing with at least 8 specialist insurers. Thank you. Now, I'm not sure to the extent you can assist the commissioners here. What is said here is that with at least 8 specialist insurers either pulling out of or drastically reducing capacity on bushfire risks within the last 12 months, and any new capacity being offered being at much higher prices, it has become more difficult and costly to obtain the same level of cover held by the members today, and members have been notified of the likely complete withdrawal of insurance lines in future years. Now, that's only a month or so ago. Are you able just to expand on that and the impact that may have on your members, and then what that consequence that may have for pricing for electricity?
So obviously insurance is an international business, and so what happens elsewhere globally impacts on Australia, and obviously we've had our own impacts with bushfires. And so, if you like, insurers are becoming more reluctant to insure network assets, and networks don't tend to insure all of their assets anyway, for reasons I've mentioned. Poles and wires and towers and conductors are vulnerable anyway, so insurance tends to be limited to very critical assets like substations and the equipment therein.
And what consequences?
And
sorry, keep going.
Yeah, sorry. And because the way we fund our electricity networks is that we, the consumers, pay for them, networks require insurance. If those costs go up, then those costs may flow through to consumers. And broadly, I would imagine that insurance in high-risk areas will become increasingly difficult.
From what I understand from that submission, it's not saying that there has been a withdrawal of insurance lines yet, but that it has been notified as being likely. Do you have are you able to assist the Commission as to a time frame, if there's been any indicative time frame given? I know it says.
I'm afraid I can't give you any information. The networks would be better placed to help you with that question.
That's all right. Thank you. I did say it was a question without notice. You were talking about this issue of the ability or to obtain insurance in relation to the transmission corridors, the poles and wires, as you described them. The next portion of the submission concerns, I guess, the flip of that, which is that the need to maintain those corridors in a way that are cleared of vegetation. The commissioners have been provided 3 documents which were attached to your statement, which concern all the different sort of guidelines and risk management that is guidance that is provided to your member transmission and distribution networks in terms of vegetation clearance. The observation is made that there just cannot be firefighting either by ground or air safely near transmission lines. Does that presumably doesn't extend to the aerial bombing of fire retardant? That can still occur around, but is there any particular difficulty or risk in terms of them being exposed to retardant if there's actual contact?
I'm not an expert, so that would probably again be a question for networks. But clearly, water or smoke impacting on transmission networks presents a risk of arcing and has a severe safety risk.
We can take that up with. We've got a number of network members of yours coming shortly. I wanted to just move briefly. I mentioned wanting to seek a status update on the research work or research priorities proposed by the work that Energy Networks Australia has done with the Bushfire and Natural Hazard Cooperative Research Centre. As I understand, what is thought to be done is to try to develop a methodology to try and model the economic impacts of severe bushfires. do you have any insights as to whether that's progressing, but also in the sense of why does a new methodology need to be developed? What is it about it that we're what's not being captured by current considerations?
So first I'll provide an update. So a final report on the methodology. So there is now an established methodology which has been developed by a small working group of members. This methodology will shortly, in the next few months, certainly before the start of the next bushfire season, be, if you like, shared with the networks that weren't directly involved in developing that methodology, so that they understand what that is, and then we can, Energy Networks Australia develops guidelines for its members to help in their operations. We may develop a guideline which will then facilitate, if you like, the use of that methodology by all of our members. And the hope then is that that methodology will also support the Australian energy regulator in understanding requests for funding to mitigate or repair following, mitigate the risk posed by bushfires, but also to facilitate funding for the repair as a result of a bushfire.
I see.
And on the other point, there is no standard methodology for dealing either with resilience issues or bushfires. Essentially, if something happens, networks have a variety of approaches, if you like, to fund repairs. That's typically because networks go through a determination process every 5 years, which is essentially where they go to the regulator and say, for the next 5 years, I plan to do X, and this is how much it's going to cost. And then that is approved. It's very difficult, if you like, then to say, well, we can't estimate how many bushfires we're going to have or how many storms. So how do you then ensure that that is captured by the regulatory framework and assessed appropriately? This is the point of the methodology that we have developed.
That's very helpful to that explanation. Thank you, Dr. Caney. So look, the last matter I wanted to raise with you is behind tab 8, Commissioners, it's the Energy Networks Australia Associations, which I think is an earlier precursor of ENA, the Climate Risk and Resilience Industry Guidance Manual, and I'll just have that brought up. It's EAU 00101. No, I've made a mistake. EAU 500 001 0128, which is a September 2014 publication, which is 6 years ago and is probably getting on now in climate science and risk mitigation thinking. You said at the top that you're a atmospheric chemist and have a background in climate science. In the notice to give response from ENA, you make the point that there's some need to have this manual updated because it uses language in a way that could be of more assistance today. Could I just first do it in two stages? The first is the distinction is made between climate science and a subset being climate impact assessment. And what I understand it to be is that it's the climate impact assessment that's important for energy networks. And if you could assist the commissioners in understanding why is it necessary to assess climate risk or the risk that they have to natural disasters in order to operate an energy network?
So, for instance, we have the integrated system plan for electricity networks in Australia, and that envisages a large amount of investment in interconnectors, which are transmission lines that cross over state boundaries, and other transmission infrastructure, which will be being built in the next few years. However, those assets have a lifetime of 40 to 60 years. So what we build tomorrow, if you like, is going to be experiencing a very different climate to the climate we have today. So if we only build assets that are fit for purpose for today, they're not going to be fit for purpose in 40 to 60 years' time. And then they will be more vulnerable potentially than they would be today. So, for instance, understanding what might happen to maximum wind gust, because your towers are going to have to stand up to those maximum wind gusts, what might happen to the intensity of cyclones or the distribution of cyclones as they move slightly further south. So networks aren't climate scientists, and climate scientist is essentially what I do. I'm not an expert in climate impacts, which is understanding how climate might impact and what on the operation of anything, including electricity assets. And so it's how do you help electricity networks understand the risks that their assets and their businesses are going to face in 40 years' time to ensure that what we build is fit for purpose.
All right. I think I've noticing the time, I might invite the commissioners to see if they have any questions of clarification or...
Commissioner Bennett, McIntosh, just one, please.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Ms. Kearney. Can I pull up EAU 500 001 0715, second last para down the bottom, starting edition, mate. This paragraph here, you're identifying that during the bushfires, it wasn't clear which telcos owned which assets. And I just wondered whether you could provide a bit more colour and light to that comment. Is it that, for example, I assume you know where the assets are, you just don't know who owns them, and that obstructs the ability to notify relevant telcos of impending issues?
So yes, so this paragraph refers to a working group with the Powers and Immunities Reference Group, which is a group that looks after liaising between carriers and landowners, which is developing an emergency shutdown process. But it is difficult. So while you know that you've got telecommunications assets, sometimes it's not at all clear who owns those assets, and so then it becomes difficult to notify a carrier that their assets have been impacted or how long the impact is likely to last.
So, for example, there's no comprehensive map that shows all assets and the owners of each asset that you can easily draw upon so you can speedily notify relevant people?
I can't answer that question. I believe you're talking to telecommunications experts later. Some carriers do place clear identification on their assets as to who owns it and a reference number, so that does at least give electricity networks a place to start in terms of making contact with the carrier, but that's not the case for all carriers.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Chair, that reminds me of a question I neglected to ask, and I'm not sure whether Dr. Kearney can assist us. We've had some evidence this morning that the telecommunications group through the Comms Alliance are working with electricity providers and energy network providers. Does ENA have a role in that working group?
Yes, so that is a working group that's been set up as a result of the pandemic between Energy Networks Australia and the Comms Alliance to develop a memorandum of understanding to help facilitate the kind of issue, or resolving the kind of issues that the Commissioner just asked me about.
Right. That reminds me that indeed that was something that came through from, I think, your submission, but not from the submission or the evidence of the telecommunications providers, that the working group actually was triggered not by the bushfires but more by the pandemic?
Yes.
Right. Why is that?
So I guess during the pandemic, there was, there was the National Cabinet. There was a broad focus on critical infrastructure, and we were working closely with our members, gas and electricity, to ensure that energy supply reached customers. And there was a ministerial request that we worked closely with the comms, with the carriers. And so as part of our knowledge sharing during the pandemic, we did work with the Comms Alliance. So if you like, we started building that relationship, and, the issues around the bushfires are one of those things that we've been talking about.
And is that essentially just an industry interface, or is that sitting in under the National Coordination Mechanism, which has been set up as part of the COVID-19 pandemic response on a national basis?
That's an industry relationship featuring the industry bodies, but also a working group of actual electricity networks and carriers to take that forward.
All right. And is there any sort of timeline for announcement of any initiatives or agreements envisaged?
I'm not aware of any date at this stage.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Caney. Nothing further from me.
No, nothing from us. Ms. Caney, Dr. Caney, thank you very much. We appreciate you spending the time with us this afternoon. It's a good baseline for the discussions we're about to have.
Thank you.
May Dr. Caney be excused from her summons.
Dr. Caney can be excused from her summons. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll just tender the ENA submission. That's Exhibit 15.10.11.
Found it. We'll take that as an exhibit as marked. Thank you.
Commissioners, just before I call the panel for this afternoon, we have quite a bit of time on the agenda. I'm not sure that we'll need all of it, but I do have some preliminary remarks which seek to summarise some of the material because, as I indicated this morning, the energy providers, much like the telecommunications providers, the carriers, have provided us with a great deal of information, and I thought it might be of assistance if I synthesised some of it ahead of this afternoon's session. I might just begin. So there's a series of network area maps, and if they're to hand, I will do it. If they're not to hand, I'll defer it to the... here we go. So first will be Transgrid, which is RCN 900 026 0005. So the witness this afternoon from Transgrid, Mr. Michael Gatt, I'll just tell you a little bit about Transgrid from their submission and available sources. Transgrid operates the high voltage transmission network in New South Wales and the ACT. Provides a connection between generators on the one hand and distributors and major customers on the other. The New South Wales high voltage transmission network forms part of the national electricity market and is interconnected with the transmission networks in other states. You'll recall evidence from the first hearing block concerning the national energy market. You've just heard something very briefly in relation to the laws and rules of that market for standalone systems. The Transgrid leases the transmission network from the state of New South Wales under a 99-year network lease, which was entered into at the time of privatisation in December 2015. Next, we have AusNet Services, which, despite its name, is actually Victorian, RCN 900 026 0001. AusNet owns and operates the Victorian Electricity Transmission Network, as well as one of 5 Victorian electricity distribution networks, as well as one of 3 gas distribution networks in Victoria. You'll see from this map, and I'll ask the representatives of AusNet, Mr. Parker and Ms. Crawford-Flett, to talk to you a bit more about this. But you'll see to the right, the blue area on the map is the AusNet Services Electricity Distribution Network, which is from about midway through the state of Victoria right out to the far eastern seaboard where, amongst other places, there is Malakuta. And as you would know, Commissioners, this includes some of Australia's most bushfire-prone regions. The next one we have are two electricity distributors in New South Wales who have featured in some of the evidence. The first is Essential Energy, and the map you can see now is RCN 900 026 0003. Essential Energy operates and maintains the electricity distribution network through New South Wales and parts of southern Queensland. As you can see, it reaches up into past the border. The Essentials network is predominantly rural. It is an overhead distribution network, and 80% of which is in bushfire-prone areas. The final member of our panels today is a representative from Endeavour Energy. That's RCN 900 026 0002. Endeavour Energy is an electricity distributor whose network spans across some of the fastest growing areas in New South Wales, as well as the Blue Mountains. It captures fairly populated cities, rural communities and coastal areas. And you'll record, Commissioners, some evidence last week in the Wallandilly Shire, which has had a significant, is one of those growth areas, and this captures part of that area, I believe, or is near that. Now, that can be taken down. Each of the companies has provided information to the Royal Commission as to the measures they took to identify and monitor the risk posed to their infrastructure by natural hazards. They've all described to you their risk management framework. Transgrid, which is the transmission provider, has detailed the steps it takes to monitor risk and take steps to make resilient its assets, including establishing buffer zones to protect the Transgrid assets from bushfire and managing vegetation to mitigate the risk of bushfire. They also use real-time monitoring of their assets, and they have a range of systems and tools which include weather forecast information from the Bureau of Meteorology and Weather Zone. They also use the New South Wales RFS's ICON system for monitoring and information on bushfires. They also have a substation CTV cameras which look on and respond to threats from natural disasters. So capturing that, they're much more using technology and have real-time feeds which they can use to monitor their assets. Both Transgrid and Victoria's AusNet have in place specific bushfire risk management and mitigation plans, and you have copies of those plans, in accordance with which they do pre-season inspection work, and all of that is tracked, and they're required, particularly in Victoria, to have those plans as part of the regulatory framework. The two electricity distributors in New South Wales have also provided you details of their respective risk management frameworks. They identify where they have those assets in high-risk areas, although we don't make that information public. And they also talk of their liaison with the BNH, CRC and CSIRO. I'm going to take them in their evidence to some of the matters to get a picture of the extent which they are embedded in the state and territory emergency response structures and in the state operations centres. The other matter, I'll just get them to describe that to you. Now, it's probably easier if I do record this for the benefit of the transcript. So each organisation was asked to outline the damage caused to their infrastructure in the 2019-2020 bushfires, as well as how many customers lost power, including the telecommunication providers, and for how long. Transgrid reported 3 incidents that resulted in loss of supply during the fire season, although they report short response times. They also identified damage to wood poles and access tracks and also other infrastructure. AusNet says 8,100 customers lost power as a result of the bushfires, 4 of which were telecommunications providers. and that's consistent with the evidence we heard this morning. The duration of the lost power was the smaller group was for less than 12 hours. The largest group were for 1 to 2 days, and the next largest group for 1 to 2 weeks, and 15 for more than 5 weeks. They also reported problems with damage to poles, wooden poles, and I'm going to take that issue up with some of them as well. Now, the two distributors, which of course have retail customers, whereas the transmission companies are including the telecommunications providers and other, they are sort of more on a wholesale basis. Essential Energy says 109,915 customers were affected and 3,200 poles were damaged and had to be replaced. Endeavour Energy says 54,000 customers were without power and 20,000 of whom were over the peak of the fires during the New Year period. They also say that they had 800 poles destroyed or damaged, with thousands of kilometres of the network needing to be rebuilt. They do say that no major substation was destroyed, and we heard what was said by Dr. Caney just then about the insurance of substations, the more critical of infrastructure, and I'm going to take up with Endeavour why that particular substation managed to avoid damage. Now, the last matter is the key challenges that they faced in relation to the power outages, connectivity and their infrastructure. Most of them report having difficulties accessing the infrastructure to carry out either preparation, inspection or repair work, and there were significant delays in getting there. And in fact, that comes from all of them. They all say these things. And given how that might be an appropriate moment to stop and to call the panel, I can take the additional issues with them. I now call Mr Michael Gatt, Ms Prue Crawford-Flett, Mr Alistair Parker, Mr Scott Ryan and Mr Luke Jenner.
Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us.
Good afternoon.
Okay.
All right. I might just take this in order. Mr Ryan, you'll take an affirmation.
I will.
Mr. Ryan, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Do.
Thank you.
Mr Jenner will take an oath.
Mr. Jenner, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Ms Crawford-Flett, you'll take an affirmation.
Ms. Crawford-Flett, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
And Mr Parker will take an affirmation.
Mr. Parker,
I will.
do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
And Mr Gatt, will you take an oath or affirmation?
An oath.
Mr. Gatt, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. I might just start just to sort of repeat and amplify one of the comments I just made in opening this afternoon's session to the commissioners, and go to Mr Ryan at Endeavour Energy and Mr Jenner at Essential Energy. I gave some indication to the commissioners as to the sort of scope of impact and the damage of the fires did to your networks. Could you give an indication to the commissioners as to how that damage compared to previous years and where you are now? I might start with you, Mr Jenner.
Yeah, thank you. From our perspective at Essential Energy, the scope of the damage that we saw during this bushfire season was was an order of magnitude that anything compared to anything we've previously seen. You mentioned that we had 3,200 poles destroyed that needed to be replaced. The previous largest event that we'd ever seen in the organisation's history was approximately 400 poles. In this case, we had 3.4 million hectares of our service territory was affected by bushfire. So it was an absolutely, unprecedented scale of destruction to the assets that we look after on behalf of our communities.
And where are you now in terms of the restoration and repair and reinstatement process?
So we've managed to, by the end of February, we'd restored supply to all customers and reinstated all those poles. To put that into perspective, in a typical year, we would change 8,000 to 9,000 poles across our whole workforce. So it was a phenomenal effort by our teams, and I'm extremely proud of the work that they did. There are some parts of line we haven't rebuilt yet because we have installed standalone power systems because we believe that's more economical and in the best interests of our customers, but all customers currently have supply.
Right. And Mr Ryan from Endeavour Energy, what was the impact like for Endeavour?
I'm going to be echoing Mr Jenner's comments. We had 45% of our franchise area that was burnt across, and with that 800 poles that were destroyed or damaged as a result. Compared to 2001 fires, it was in the order of about 200 poles that were damaged. So just a very different, big difference in terms of the order of magnitude. We also had to have new ways of responding using generators, for example, to supply our customers. We also replaced our poles, the 800 odd poles, with 40% of those with concrete and steel poles resistant to future fires.
And how are you, I asked the same question of Mr Jenner, where are you up to in the repair reinstatement process? Is there still more to do? It seems like a very large task.
Yeah, during the height of it, we had the majority of customers, so 40-odd% of our customers were back on within 6 hours, and the vast majority of our connectable customers back on within 10 days. We still have a number of customers like Mr Jenner that have had homes destroyed, so we haven't rebuilt the network. We are exploring options there like standalone power systems.
All right. Now, I'm just going to have this photograph shown, and I don't know whether it's one of yours, but RCN 900 038 0023. It's a photograph that was shown yesterday, which is in the Gospers Mountain and 3 Miles fire. The power pole itself was alight. I assume that's because it's timber. But you've spoken about replacing the poles, but you also need to replace all the wires as well. When you come to replace the wires, is it essentially, other than the to what extent are you just replacing like for like, or I think as you've just said, Mr Ryan, you've tried to shift to a composite structure. Can I just get a sense of that from both of you?
Yeah. So that particular pole was in the Endeavour Energy franchise area. It wasn't, as I understand it, wasn't one of our poles. It was a rail pole. Notwithstanding that, we had similar poles burn like that. We have replaced, as I said, 40% of our timber poles that were impacted in this bushfire season with concrete or steel poles. In some cases, you do have to also replace the conductors because with the heat, they can anneal. In other situations, we were able to restore just the pole and put the previous mains back up again.
Now, what I might do now is then just have all of the panel consider this question. We want to know a little bit more about how might the risk and extent of power outages due to natural disasters be better mitigated going forward. And the first thing I want to do is take you to what might be improvements on existing measures. We just heard from Energy Networks Australia, and of course they have a number of materials that are now in evidence about their vegetation clearance management reports and guidelines, and all of you have referred to needing to take measures to protect transmission corridors and so on with vegetation. But some of you identify some challenges in that process, and I might just start with you, Mr Ryan, but then I want to go to Transgrid and Mr Gatt. in order to be able
Yep.
to get in and deal with that in advance, is it something you can just do yourself, or do you need cooperation across the system?
We need cooperation across the system. So we have exemptions for environmental reporting is what we'd be looking for. We have a number of our assets which are in easements through national parks and through areas like Water New South Wales, and the environmental reporting is quite complex in order to remove trees from those easements. It can take upwards of 6 months or even to a year. Now, the RFS Commissioner has a provision when it's an emergency situation that they could take action. And what we're looking to do is for our nominal easement, which is for a transmission line 20 metres on either side of the transmission line, to have clearance from that 20 metre mark between the centre of the transmission line. So that would be a 40 metre total easement. Most of our easements are about half of that at around 20 metres. So what we would like would be to liaise with the RFS to identify areas of critical asset protection from our perspective. But the flip side is it actually provides a benefit to the RFS because it gives them an established fire break for them to do their work as well.
I see. Mr. Gatt, Transgrid speaks in the submission about having asset protection zones, and you're also implementing recommended vegetation clearance buffer zones. How does Transgrid has a very significant network, including a network that is an interconnector through to other states. What are the challenges in reinstating or protecting that network?
We have 13,000 kilometres of transmission line in the state of New South Wales, so it's quite an extensive network. The majority of our network is covered by transmission line easements, so we do have structures and controls. We prepare formal safety assessments and bushfire risk management plans in advance of the season, so we have an active program of managing those easements and those risks. And to Mr Ryan's earlier point, we work very hard to maintain, obviously, those clearances in New South Wales. We have an obligation to report on our success of those programs of managing those easements each year, and we'll do that within our regulatory framework in New South Wales.
Mr Jenner, and then I'm going to go to AusNet in Victoria. Mr Jenner, in relation to essentials activities in terms of mitigating bushfire risk across your network, I'm not sure if you're the one best placed to answer this, but I'm going to ask you anyway. We've heard a little bit about in the material that's been tendered to the commissioners about the LiDAR remote sensing technology being some kind of technology that can assist in the risk mitigation frameworks. Could you just give some further amplification to that for the commissioners?
Yeah, so LiDAR, light detection and ranging, is using lasers to scan the network and look for proximity of vegetation to the network and the risks that can pose. Essential Energy over the last 5 years has spent over $50 million taking LiDAR across the whole state, and we've used that very successfully over that 5-year period to remove vegetation encroachments and get those corridors that Mr Ryan spoke about. We've also been more recently in the last 2 years deploying drones to all of our asset inspectors to do more localised review of asset condition and vegetation encroachment.
All right, I might move now from New South Wales to Victoria. Mr Parker and Ms Crawford-Flett, and I'm not sure who should address these, perhaps both of you. Ms Crawford-Flett, you're the Executive General Manager of Network Operations. Mr Parker, you're the Executive General Manager of Regulation and External Affairs. In your submissions, we first get a sense of the impact on the AusNet network, which is both, as I said in the opening, both a transmission and distribution network, the impact of the recent fires, and then to ask you to expand on some of the things that AusNet is trialling to develop, say, different infrastructure that is more resilient for the future. Which one of you should go third? Perhaps you, Ms Crawford-Flett.
So I might, thank you. I'll answer the first question in relation to the impact on our distribution network. The extent of it was quite significant in the Gippsland and the Upper Murray regions. It commenced in the 29th, 30th of December, and there were ongoing fire conditions throughout there. We had about 1,000 kilometres of power line supply. I think you mentioned before we had 8,100 customers. That area of our distribution network has a low customer density. So whilst it doesn't seem such a high number of distribution customers, it's actually quite a large area of our network that was damaged. We had 327 wooden poles damaged that needed replacement, and we replaced those with concrete poles. A further 276 poles had hardware and fittings, and I think Mr. Ryan said the same thing, is that we had to replace some conductor, but mostly it was poles, and we could reutilise the conductor. And then we had a significant amount of vegetation clearance in relation to hazardous trees, herbicide and vegetation regrowth that we are continuing to do now.
I saw some mention in your submissions about your response about looking into deploying generators. What was the position? I think you supply to the far east of East Gippsland and Mallacoota on the far eastern edge of Victoria. What was the sort of mitigatory steps that were taken either before or since the bushfires for that remote community?
Yes, that section of our network is very much a radial feed. From Pan River down to Mallacoota, it's a single radial feed with a number of spurs that feed in very rural terrain. We deployed a generator to Mallacoota when the risk of bushfires in that area on the 28th of December. And that generator was then powered up on the 2nd of January, when we could gain safe access for our operators to get back into Mallacoota. And I'm sure you've already heard that Mallacoota was, in a sense, islanded, that there was no road access in from any means. So we had to get our operators flown in and ensure that they could be safely flown in and flown out. So we had that Mallacoota generator restore power to the town centre of Mallacoota and the areas where we didn't have damage to our infrastructure within that area.
I see. All right. I might just go, while we're talking about sort of reinstatement and also trying to protect against future hazards, I might just go back to you, Mr. Ryan Endeavour. I mentioned to the commissioners very briefly the Tomarong transmission substation, that the substation was not damaged. Could you just give some insights to the commissioners as why that was, as you understand?
Yes, so Tomarong transmission station is built in a heavy vegetated area. And as a result of that, in order to make it bushfire proof, we've got vegetation exclusion zones around that transmission station. We've also got concrete firewalls. What we saw in the recent bushfire season is that the fire burnt up to the perimeter of that transmission station, but did not impact on our supply from that. So it was a very successful result.
All right. Now, I want to turn now to the issue of coordination with government before I move away from those topics. Are there any? I'll pause now. Yes, Commissioner Bennett.
I just have one question, or actually two questions. I think it's Mr. Ryan's submission. You make a specific reference to and I won't have it up, but you say to minimise the loss of electricity supply, there needs to be greater cooperation from national parks and wildlife services to allow network operators to maintain access and suitable clearances. Now, you've spoken generally about the need to, the easements and the questions such as that, but you've made a specific reference to national parks. I wonder if you could expand on that.
Yeah, so we have an MOU with the National Parks and Wildlife Service, and it's open to interpretation, and so it's not a criticism to say that people do interpret it because it's not entirely clear. And the issue that we have is around the definition of emergency tree removal, and in particular the time for a emergency tree removal. Take, for example, the bushfire season that we just had. We removed thousands of trees that were burnt and damaged and close to our assets. Not only that, they would fail onto either our assets or the road. But there are still thousands more to be removed. It is, of course, 6 months on, and our issue is that it can be open to interpretation in terms of, is it still an emergency 6 months on? Our argument is that, well, the asset, in this case the tree, is still damaged, it is still liable to fall, it is still a hazardous tree. And so we'll be working with the National Parks and Wildlife to explore how we can tighten up that MOU around the timeframes in particular, so the definition is clear.
Thank you very much. I don't know if anybody else wishes to make a comment in relation to that. If you do you want to indicate? Just if you have the same sorts of problems? Nobody else seems to want to.
I think
Mr. Jenner.
It's a common issue across the industry.
Thank you. Ms. Crawford-Flett, would you agree with that? And Mr. Gatt? Yeah, Mr. Gatt.
Transgrid also has an MOU in place with National Parks and Wildlife Services. We do have an active program in advance of the risk, so probably less of an issue on emergency management, but most of our work is done in advance of it in terms of managing our easements prior to the bushfire season.
Thank you. Now, I have just one other question. It's a curiosity. Sorry.
Jump on that? I'll just jump in with Mr. Gatt while on there. But do you run in your preparation, do you run into issues where an MOU can be broadly interpreted and you find that there are limitations, not just with Parks and Wildlife, but anywhere where there are limitations in you being able to prepare the network adequately for the season that's coming on?
Typically not. We may have had more success in that regard. In working with national parks, we have a very extensive network throughout the Snowy region, so we do have a very big footprint and we are working very closely with.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. The only other question was a curiosity question. I've seen a couple of references to the effect of smoke, specifically on the in relation to the supply, and I just don't quite. If you could just explain that, because smoke rather than fire. So if you could explain the impact of smoke upon your networks.
Ms. Crawford-Flett.
Who wants to go first?
Ms. Crawford-Flett.
Miss Crawford-Flett. Well, we'll let Ms. Crawford-Flett have a go at this one, and then we'll come back. And you can either agree or disagree. Ms. Crawford-Flett, thank you.
Sounds great. Go for it.
We did, thank you, Commissioner. We did have one of our transmission lines did trip out in relation to during the bushfires. It's not so much of an issue with our distribution, but our transmission line in Upper Murray area. And our process when those lines trip is that we have to patrol to ensure that we don't have any damage or there's no lines that on the ground. So smoke in a response sense also creates issues that we would normally patrol those lines by helicopter. So helicopter prevented us, actually, it delayed some of our patrols for that. But that's the instance where we've had smoke that's actually impacted supply in the transmission system.
Thank you. I was also thinking.
And maybe just.
Sorry, Mr. Parker.
Just to add to that, the problem is there's a lot of carbon in smoke, and so very high voltage lines will flash over, essentially have a lightning strike when you get smoke go under them. So the smoke has to be dense. If it's just a grass fire, it's unlikely to happen, but a pine forest will almost invariably generate enough smoke to cause a flashover and trip the line out, as Prue says.
Does that mean then that if, I guess what was going through my mind also were questions of prescribed burns or backburning, and I was, yes. does that indicate then that if they're controlled sufficiently, they're not going to have the same problem because of the quantity of smoke isn't as much, or have you had trouble with that sort of tripping with prescribed burns or other forms of hazard reduction?
No, we've not had problems with it in particular, but we do take care, and the CFA in Victoria would be alert to that.
Thank you. Does anyone else have wish to make a comment about that? No, that's it. Well, thank you very much. That's very helpful.
I did note, as though Ms. Crawford-Flett responded and Mr. Parker responded, both Endeavour Energy and Essential Energy's representatives nodding, but noting that what Ms. Crawford-Flett was saying was that it was the transmission distribution, which of course is a high voltage compared to the higher voltages are descended to the distribution network. Right. So turning then to the topic of coordination with government. What I might do is I'll come back to Essential and Endeavour in relation to the New South Wales arrangements and just begin with AusNet in Victoria to understand, to get a clear picture to the commissioners about the level of coordination that AusNet has with the incident control centres and state control centres, and what that means for your flexibility and agility in responding to a risk assessment. Might start with you, Mr. Parker.
Yeah, so we operate at both levels. So at the State Control Centre, the Government State Control Centre, we will have an emergency management liaison officer based there from the sector. This summer, the bushfires mostly affected our area, so it tended to be one person from our business, and they provide a link back into our crisis management team, emergency management teams, and our local strike forces. And then we also always have somebody nominated when there's a local incident control centre in a region stood up. We will have somebody attend that local incident control centre, and they'll have been doing that for years and know the local people. So we feel well embedded. That's something we've really worked on over the last probably 5 or 6 years. And we really see the benefits of we get great information from government. We can get support. Obviously, at a time like this, lines workers are at a premium, and so we want them rebuilding networks, and government are able to take on some other activities engaging with the community. But also, it helps us answer any questions that people may have, and it also allows coordination with telecoms providers, water providers, with the health network, and so on.
See, Mr. Gatt, Transgrid. Does Transgrid have another transmission network provider? Does it have a similar setup in the New South Wales emergency response arrangements?
Yes, it does. The National Electricity Market and state protocols are very thorough. They've been very well rehearsed over a large number of years. They do operate extremely well. In New South Wales in particular, we have an Energy and Utilities Services Functional Area Coordinator who, from what I understand, had a seat at the State Emergency Operations Centre. Additionally, we had our own staff embedded in the RFS operations and control rooms. We found that quite beneficial, and we found that beneficial because of the local knowledge that our own staff could bring to the operations centre. So, you know, in our experience, it worked extremely well. We felt as though we had very direct lines of communication, particularly as it related to the risk on the ground and the safety of our employees who may be in the field at a point in time.
Can I get a sense from you first, Mr. Gatt, and then I'll go back to Victoria. You interconnect with Victoria, and as part of the national energy market and the sharing arrangements of energy. What kind of visibility do you have in relation to the Victorian government's response and the Victorian state emergency frameworks and emergency responders?
Within those protocols that I mentioned earlier, there's an operating protocol between all of the transmission businesses and responsible officers in each of the jurisdictions. That's typically convened by the Australian Energy Market Operator through AEMO. So we are having a detailed conversation periodically, during an emergency, and certainly well before an emergency as part of our preparedness, to have a dialogue regarding how we might respond, what the scenario looks like, how supply demand is going to evolve throughout the days or the periods or the weeks ahead. So it's a very inclusive conversation that includes all parties. We may not have a direct line of sight to their local emergency management protocols, but we certainly have a direct line of sight to the way the networks are performing and the risks associated with them during a period such as the bushfires.
Going to Victoria, do you have a similar view and connections into the New South Wales and I suppose also South Australian networks?
Yeah, I would just be a mirror image of what Michael said there.
All right. There's some evidence before the Commission through the Australian Government Crisis Coordination Committee minutes of there being tracking of information in relation to power outages across Australia, and in particular concerns about the interconnector between New South Wales and Victoria being under threat. Could you just, if you're able to assist the Commissioners, just to give some description about how that, what risk there was and what impact that had or could have had? Might start with you, perhaps, Mr. Gatt.
Yeah, look, not surprisingly, the transmission network is oblivious to the state borders. It's an interconnected system that runs from the northern part of the country all the way through to Tasmania, including out to South Australia. There are some lines during the bushfires that were definitely under threat, and we saw an issue on the 4th of January where that was quite clear. There's a series of lines there and very heavily, very thick part of the vegetated state in near the Snowy Generation. In that period of time, they were under threat. We had a line trip. The loads on the network at a particular point in time were quite high, and that led to a separation event between the northern part of New South Wales and Queensland and the southern part of the national electricity market. It's an unusual event. They're certainly rare events. It was an event that, in my view, was managed extremely well. In fact, was remedied fairly quickly in the order of about 25 minutes.
I'm reminded that there is in the materials, Commissioners, in the materials that were tendered as part of the exhibits from the AEMO, the Australian Energy Market Operators material, those incident reports for the 4 January event. You said it was just for a short period of time, but I imagine that it's not necessarily just the time; it's the fact that it occurs that is of significance. Is that right, Mr. Gatt?
Yeah, it certainly can be significant. The transmission network, the inherent design of the transmission network is it is quite resilient. There's a limited degree of redundancy in the design of the network, which allows for the network to be able to be switched and isolated for maintenance, and so it has got a degree of resilience for which it can perform. And I think what we saw during the bushfire period is a very, very small number of outages and a very small line of sight to the risk, because the network performed typically very well.
All right. Any comment from Victoria? You're on the other side of that.
Yeah, just same comments. We watch, probably to add a bit of colour, we watch the fire maps and so on very closely, so we always have good information, a good awareness when fires are coming close to transmission assets, and we would liaise closely with AEMO in particular, but also Transgrid.
All right. AusNet suggests in its submission that national emergency exercises may improve coordination. I'm just trying to get a sense of what the scope of that would be. You've both transmission providers, AusNet and Transgrid, have described being quite embedded and having good visibility with the state, your respective state emergency management and control centres. What are you talking about in terms of a national coordination picture, Mr. Parker?
I'll maybe just speak to that. So remember, we're both a transmission company and a distribution company. We were enormously grateful for the assistance provided by the ADF during the event. I got to ride in one of their aircraft, which was very exciting. They cleared trees for us. They did some fantastic stuff. But they'd been mobilised at the start of the event. When I talk about liaising with Transgrid, we've got networks there that go back years. We know who to ring. We know who to talk to. When I look at the local state command centre, we will watch as they turn people over. As different staff come into roles, we'll introduce ourselves. We'll get to know them before the summer season, and also we do exercises with them where we test our emergency response and how we would work with them. The ADF we hadn't had, for as just one example, the opportunity to do that. So when it did spread to, and all our engagement with them was through the State Control Centre, so that worked very well. And it was simply an observation that maybe by bringing some of those people into exercises, you would have the opportunity to develop capability.
Mr. Gatt, does Transgrid have any dealings with the ADF in the course of the 2019-2020 season or any other circumstance? Just to complete that.
Yeah, we had direct liaison with the ADF, care of the RFS in New South Wales, to the point that Ms Crawford-Flett raised earlier. about the challenges of being able to look at your network and see it post-emergency. Our access to helicopters and patrols was certainly challenged, and we were offered at that point in time the support of the ADF to go out there and inspect our assets, which proved to be very valuable.
I see. The last topic I have actually a few more topics. I want to turn to the distributors in New South Wales, Endeavour Energy and Essential Energy. Mr. Ryan, Mr. Jenny, you both describe having some coordination with the emergency command. In the essential response, you referred to the Energy and Utility Services Functional Area Coordinator, which was mentioned by Mr. Gatt earlier in his evidence. What's the utility of having that kind of role and having that coordinator in terms of managing the response and your information flow in the course of the incident?
We ran a model, a multi-layered model, to make sure that we had the most up-to-date information we could to manage this catastrophic event. So we had someone embedded at State Operations Command, which is run by RFS at Homebush. They were the state operations control. So we had someone embedded there for the duration of this event, which went for many months, as you know. And that gave us direct access to the RFS daily briefings. So that information could then be cascaded down to our operational teams soon after in the morning. We also had access to the New South Wales Rural Fire Service fire prediction maps, which we were able to get in a digitised format, which we could then load into our own geospatial information system and determine for the day or the next 24 hours what assets that we believed would be at risk based on the predicted fire spread. And that allowed us to do a number of things, including firstly ensuring our people weren't in harm's way, which was always our number one priority. Make sure we had asset protection zones in place around our critical infrastructure. And like the other distributors, we had no substations at all that were destroyed, including the one at Edram Mill, which was embedded within the mill, which was quite badly damaged. The mill itself was damaged, but the substation survived. And we run our own telecommunications network. We've got over 300 radio sites, and we were able to protect those as well. So that we would not have been able to mobilise the size of response as safely as we did without having that person embedded at State Operations Command. We also had individuals embedded at all of the local emergency operations centres, and we typically ran 2 12-hour shifts, so we had 24-hour coverage. And so they were then directly tapped into ambulance, RFS, SES, police, local councils, family and community services, charities, which again gave us an opportunity to work with those providers and not only provide them information about which assets we thought would be at risk, but also for them to help us prioritise our restoration. For example, in Eurobodalla, we worked very closely with the council to ensure their sewage and water systems were able to get restored as quickly as possible, if not through direct connection, through generation.
I see, thank you. Mr. Ryan?
Yeah, once more, I'd echo Mr. Jenner's comments. We also had active representation at the local emergency management level, at regional and at state level through USFAC. And as a result of this, we were given forecasts from the RFS on where the fires were predicted to go. And so that enabled us to move our resources around, locate generators based on very strong intel via the emergency operations centres. It also helped us to identify critical assets for the RFS to defend. And in some situations, we were able to request backburning around sites prior to the fire front arriving. So you really can't overstate the importance of having utilities and other key representatives in these emergency operations centres.
You've mentioned having access to the fire mapping and the incident fire mapping from the RFS New South Wales. There's a comment in the AusNet submissions that you found it challenging to get regular, accurate fire maps. You don't say it hindered operations, but is there some insights as to why that is, or how that came to be so? Mr. Parker or Ms. Crawford-Flesh?
I think, thanks, I'll answer this one. So I think we get fire mapping and from the State Control Centre. I think, as we pointed out, it didn't hinder our operations. We found that the intel that we were getting at the local incident control centres, as you would expect, was more up to date and had more recent information as to both fire as well as access, and we do point out that access was one of the biggest challenges that we had there. So unfortunately, some of our fire mapping wasn't electronic, and so it wasn't as easily being able to put into our spatial system to relay on top of our distribution network.
All right, I might just pause at that point before I move to the second final topic, which is communications with telecommunication providers.
How about we go to that, and if we've got any questions left after that, we'll ask them. Thank you.
So you've talked about your communications with and your arrangements with the state control and emergency service providers, service agencies, I should say. We heard evidence in the earlier session today from the telecommunications network providers who, I think in summary it's fair to say, did not have the level of access and embedding that the energy sector has had in the way that you've described it today. To what extent were you or any of you, in the sense of your organisations, communicating with your principal customers, the telecommunications customers? I'm not quite sure where to start. I might start with you, Ms. Oh no, Mr. Ryan's put his hand up, so we'll go to you.
I would like to state, and it would be wrong for me not to do this, we didn't have in my experience with Endeavour Energy, we didn't have the representation from the telcos in the local emergency operations centres, and that made it very difficult, particularly in those early days. And I was based on the front line in those early days after the South Coast fire came through, and we were trying to get information, and it was hard to get that information. I think as an area for development, it would be exceptional for the telcos to be represented in the local emergency operations centres so that we can get real strong first-hand information.
All right.
I'd echo that from my perspective, and I, like Mr. Ryan, spent a significant amount of time on the fire ground with my teams, and the telecommunication providers weren't in any of the local emergency operations centres.
I see.
There was a conduit. You mentioned USFAC, Councillor. There's also what's called TelcoFAC at State Operations Command, which is the Telecommunications Functional Area Coordinator. That individual sat two seats away from our representative. So there was a conduit through TelcoFAC to directly to Essential Energy with a courtesy copy to USFAC. But I've made inquiries of our representative, and his summation of it was that most of the requests were very tactical in nature rather than strategic. So we've got an issue today at a particular site, and we would react and respond to that appropriately. But there wasn't the level of strategic interaction that I previously described with those other agencies and other major customers, like, for example, the Eurobodalla Shire Council.
So is that kind of feedback being fed back through the, I think Endeavour mentions in its submission, the National Bushfire Networks Coordination Group, yet another group. What is that group?
That was the group I pulled together with Mr. Jenner and others, and there were representatives from basically New South Wales, Victoria, and we brought together the industry because we're all facing the same challenges. So it's more of an electricity industry response. We are looking to have a ENA and a telco representative team pulled together, and I think that will help identify and build some stronger relationships for in future.
What I might do now is just turn to the final topic, which is what prospect is there for new technologies to provide better mitigation? And I might go to you, Mr. Gatt. for Transgrid. You describe in the submissions that the SCADA system has been installed at Transgrid's control rooms, which allows information on power flows and issues at remote sites to be centralised and viewed by system operators. Could you just that's the summary that's given in the submission, but what importance does that have to managing the risk to the networks?
Yeah, look, transmission networks have a very distinct advantage over some distribution networks in that we have a high degree of visibility over all of our assets at a point in time, and it's not it's visibility over current flows, performance, voltage levels, frequency, a number of the technical attributes you may not like to know at a point in time. From a technology point of view, it's certainly not new technology. It's it's developed quite well over time. From a technology point of view at the front end, we do think there's some scope for additional simulations of the network during different scenarios. These scenarios are very difficult to predict, particularly the ones we talked about earlier as it may develop. And there's certainly some opportunities, I think, for further investing in some scenario planning and simulation of the networks at a point in time. So these instances may be a little easier to manage. They happen in real time, and operationally for the staff involved, it can be quite a high pressure situation to be able to manage the response to a network under a particular scenario. They're certainly well trained and well drilled, but certainly the number of scenarios they could be confronted with is quite large. But from a network control point of view, we do have the ability to have a good line of sight to our assets in terms of their performance.
One of the things that's also mentioned is moving away from impedance protection to differential protection. Now, I think that means moving away from de-energising the network or stopping the network and moving it into some other kind of configuration, or is that just my inexpert reading of that, Mr. Gatt?
I don't think there's a polite way. I'm not sure there's a polite way to answer that question. But what I will say...
Why don't you tell us what it means?
In terms of inherent network design and protection systems, as the technology evolves and the use of the communication networks as it's evolved, it gives us the ability to have a much more detailed line of sight precisely what's happening on an asset at a point in time. So you might be able to find more details about where a particular fault is on a line due to the structure of the protection system.
Now, I might go to others in the group. I'm not sure who wants to go first. One of the issues that the telecommunications providers spoke about is wanting to have better insights and forewarnings of proposed de-energising of the power network, so that they can pre-deploy assets to either generators or some other kind of temporary measure, and then wanting to know when it will then be re-energised, so that they don't have to do that deployment if it's not going to be really necessary. Would someone be able to assist us as to why that information isn't or can't be shared with the telecommunications provider? Mr. Parker, I'll start with you.
Yeah, I think this will be common cause. That information is shared in the local incident command centres. We try and share it as much as we can. I went to visit one of these telecom sites. It's at the top of a highly forested area. It's 20 kilometres since our last customer. When the fire went through there, and we all knew in advance the fire was going to go through there, it was obvious that that telecom facility was going to lose supplies and that it was going to take quite a while before it could be repaired and we would get access again. So I think, I feel for the telecoms providers because they had the same difficulties getting back in to these areas safely to restore even temporary facilities, because of course they're at the top of hills, and so when you get these bushfires, they're always going to be impacted, sort of thing. So I think that information is available, and we do share it through the various liaison processes, and it's quite an active discussion. It's also there, and one of the comments that was made, from time to time we preemptively turn off supplies to prevent wider blackouts. That's also the place where we have that discussion with government, that we had one
place where the local authorities said, look, we think the fire is going to go through. We think it would be sensible of you to switch off this part of your network so that it doesn't knock off the whole town. And we were happy to do that. It really made sense. And if, the telecoms companies were there in that local control room, they would have heard all about it.
I saw Mr Ryan and Mr Jenner nodding for the New South Wales side of the divide in your comments about the information being shared at that sort of local incident level as opposed to the sort of the seat in the state control centre. Is that a fair summary of the position in New South Wales, Mr Ryan and Mr Jenner? Yes, I see you both nodding.
Absolutely.
Again. All right.
I would just say in New South Wales, essentially, we don't proactively de-energise lines unless it's at the direction of Rural Fire Service. And that is because most of our landowners, or a lot of our landowners, rely on electricity to pump water to fight fires. And I personally spoke to a number of landowners who were extremely grateful that the electricity stayed on as long as it did to help them defend their properties. So, but if those, to Alistair's point, if those decisions are made, they're made at that local emergency operations level, and that's the correct conduit, in my view, to the telcos.
All right. I'm just going to pick up a couple of points from the essential submission and just invite any comment. You said use of smart meter data to identify the status of parts of the network should be accessible to energy providers. What's that a comment on?
So, Michael Gatt sort of well articulated the visibility of the transmission level network, and Essential Energy has a similar level of visibility to our high voltage network. Once you get to the low voltage network, which is the 240 or 415 volt that goes into your house, we don't have any visibility of which customers or which premises have supply and which don't. So we rely on customers phoning us in or us literally walking door to door. As more and more smart meters get rolled out, and there's about 150,000 of those across our network, they're not owned by Essential Energy. They're the property of the retailers. And the retailers aren't compelled to provide that data to us for anything other than providing quarterly bills, aggregated data for quarterly billing. So if we could get more timely or real-time access to that data to say whether a particular endpoint customer is on or off, it would significantly improve our situational and awareness and our ability to respond to these events.
And so you then, I take it, and I think you mentioned in your submission, you wouldn't then wouldn't be required to do any on-ground checking. You could just do it from your own centralised overview systems. All right.
Correct. Where it is.
There's another comment about seeking greater access to the government radio network, and we heard some evidence earlier today of the development of the government radio network from the New South Wales Telco Authority. I raised with the Mr. Glover raised with the New South Wales Telco Authority the question of how do energy providers get access to the network, and the commissioners were informed that access wasn't limited and that it seems to be on application. Could you just expand on the observation made in the submission about wanting greater access to the network and why that would be important to managing your risk exposure?
Was that directed at Essential Energy specifically, or?
Well, I think if you've made a suggestion, yeah.
Yeah, so Essential Energy currently has we have a very layered approach to our communications resilience. So we have our own radio network, which is not the government radio network. We use satellite phones, we use the 3G, 4G network. We've got our own dark fibre network, mobile broadband. So the GRN would just be another layer, another layer of resilience. So our and we do have a number of mobile GRN units that we use at the moment for last resort. But it would just be another layer of resilience on top of what's already a fairly robust communication system, which is really there in the event of a black start, which is where the whole state loses power, and we need our own backup communication systems to be able to re-energise the state in an appropriate manner.
What are the circumstances in which the whole state would not have energy, would not have electricity?
I might direct that
There's
to
a couple of smiling
Mr. Gatt.
faces. Mr. Gatt, I think they're pointing at you.
Yeah, I would say thank you, but I don't mean it. The situation, it's a very rare situation, and in fact, nationally for Australia, the most recent incident we would have seen nationally would have been an outage in South Australia not too long ago, where it had a fairly significant event. Like I said, it's a very rare and unusual situation, but the nature of the transmission networks and the way they're designed means that you can have significant cascading events on those networks that does result in the network at a point in time shutting down or protecting itself. And if you're trying to get the balance between supply and demand, as a market operator is, you've got a lot of people in the background there, a lot of good operational people who work very hard to ensure the integrity of the network is preserved. And like I said, very fortunately for Australia, that's an extremely rare event.
You just spoke about the network protecting itself, so switching off in effect or powering down to protect itself. Is that just an automatic reaction, or is that a choice that can be made? And if it is a choice that can be made, what are the kinds of criteria that informs those decisions to sort of turn off part of the network?
It's more of a design characteristic. So, for example, there's an under-frequency setting across the network if the frequency gets too low, whereby the supply and demand do get out of sync is probably the best way to put it. Mm-hmm. And the risk of that is actually far greater in terms of, emergency. So what you do find is that the networks then progressively start to shut down in that instance. It's a criteria that's set technically within the national electricity rules, and the network is basically designed to perform consistent with those rules. So there's a hierarchy, a series of settings for which the protection system is designed.
Would it be at the transmission level or at the distribution level that you've talked about it being a sort of a design feature that is in the sort of inherent architecture of the transmission network? What about choices to, say, favour one region over another because you're either trying to balance energy supply or you're trying to take some kind of protective measure in advance of some sort of natural disaster risk? Is that happening at your level?
Each jurisdiction produces something called a jurisdictional load shedding guideline. Mm-hmm. It's a document prepared by the system security coordinator in each jurisdiction. Within that guideline, they prioritise the types of loads for which may be a higher priority than others. It also highlights particular sensitive loads that may exist in each jurisdiction for which the security of supply becomes critical. Mm-hmm. So typically they're set at a jurisdictional level. They're provided to the Australian Energy Market Operator, and the Australian Energy Market Operator then operates the networks consistent with those guidelines provided by each jurisdiction. The challenge really is that the order to discriminate between types of loads at a lower level becomes very difficult on the transmission network. So, for example, it's very difficult for the transmission network to prioritise lower level loads, for example, loads like hospitals or schools or mines that are connected directly to the distribution system.
I see. Does anyone else want to comment or amplify any of that?
I would only just say I wasn't born, but I understand the last one was in 1968 in New South Wales. So it is rare. I know it's 2020 and anything can happen, but it is rare.
Please don't use the word unprecedented. Yeah, thanks.
All right, the last round of questions, which is a question I asked this morning of the telecommunications panel. We've concentrated today on your coordination with the state and territory emergency frameworks and services, but because we have you here, I'll ask this question. What about your coordination with the Australian government, and in particular through the Trusted Information Sharing Network and the Energy Sector Group? Is that an effective mechanism by which you share information and get some sort of national awareness, or do you use other means by which to have some national situational awareness? No one's jumping at me. I might start with you, Mr. Parker, just because I'll start with Victoria.
Okay, thanks. So we briefed federal government during the event on what was going on. We provided them the same information as we did for the Victorian government. But, you know, through our eyes, these are very local events. There's coordination, obviously, across the border with interconnectors and so on, but this is really about resourcing local events, and then when local resources are completely used up, then getting other resources to support, perhaps from a neighbouring distribution company that hasn't been as badly affected, or perhaps from an interstate distribution company, and relying on mutual support. So although this was a national event, in terms of our response to it, it was really providing information up to the federal government and those bodies. We weren't drawing directly from them in terms of support or resources.
You've spoken of this issue of exhaustion of local resources, then sharing from neighbouring providers or other areas, and then sort of effectively working it up through the system. Is there an existing? Is that just on a bilateral basis? Those matters are dealt with as the events unfold, or is there some sort of coordinating authority or coordinating body that helps not just react but plan and anticipate?
Yeah, so there's pre-event. In Victoria, for example, we have a mutual aid agreement, which has been tendered, I think, in our evidence. And that sets out pretty clearly in advance how you will draw on support from people. It's a live conversation, as Prue would tell you, during these events. Have we got enough people on the ground to respond quickly enough to meet community expectations? And if we think not, then we will go to other distributors. You know, for example, Parkour was relatively untouched by the bushfires. We didn't have to do that in this event because we were able to respond very quickly, but we could have reached out to them. There's no coordinating authority, you know, I think it would just be very inefficient to have that, because these are very specialised skills and you need to know you're asking for the right people. And similarly, at a transmission level, the transmission companies across Australia, because they're sort of smaller and higher voltage, more specialised skills, they also have a mutual aid agreement. And in fact, in AEMO's evidence, they refer to the tower collapse that we had earlier in the year, and the other transmission companies, particularly Transgrid, so thank you, Michael, helped with that as well.
You've just mentioned AEMO, and perhaps I'll come to Mr. Gatt from Transgrid. Does AEMO have, perhaps by default, some kind of coordinating role? It's the closest thing you've got in terms of a national body that is connected to and has oversight and knowledge of the players in the market.
Yeah, we would probably, in terms of sharing resources and collaborating, we'd probably do that at a transmission company level. But of course, AEMO's purpose is to ensure energy security, and so they do step into a bit more of a coordination role when they see that threatened. For example, through the COVID-19, they facilitated a number of industry teleconferences and so on to make sure that everybody was coordinating as best they could.
Mr. Gatt, you've heard what Mr. Parker said. He's pointing more towards AEMO rather than TISN, which sits within the Department of Home Affairs. Do you have a similar take on it?
Yes, I do. We use AEMO have a national coordinating function as it relates to the national electricity market, and does coordinate what's called the responsible officers in each of the jurisdictions. And the responsible officers are created under a national protocol that exists. They have tendered in their evidence a power system emergency management plan, and the communication we are talking about and discussing is actually covered within that plan, and that plan applies to particular levels of emergencies. And you'll find that consistent with the level of emergency that we're discussing, we find ourselves in our ongoing conversations with the Australian Energy Market Operator's Responsible Officer, discussing supply-demand balance, forecasts, weather patterns, all the things that are of interest to all of the jurisdictions.
Commissioners, I think that's all I have in terms of questions.
No, I think that's been a good session. I just want to follow up on one particular area. And we talked about the risk to your particular systems and all that, and you gave us a very good overview about how you assess those risks, how you manage those risks. Obviously, there's a lot that relies on you downstream from you. And Mr. Jenner, you mentioned when decisions are being taken in the control centres to either bring down a particular transmission area or keep it up or not. You gave us an example of why you wouldn't and showed an understanding of the downstream risks. Are there any other aspects that you would take into account when you were looking at whether you would agree to the request from the emergency response people to bring down a grid or not?
Yeah, so we have two control rooms that run 24/7, and we use a digital system, I guess, to understand the state of the network and which customers are connected to which parts of the network, Commissioner. And we have in that system a whole catalogue of critical loads, and that includes nursing homes, hospitals, water utilities, right down to individual customers that are registered for life support within individual customers that are registered for life support within our systems or within the retailer systems. So whenever we need to make a decision to de-energise a line, it could be, for example, in a non-natural disaster, it could be, for example, a local fire brigade commander phoning us about a house fire. We use our electronic systems and our situational awareness to look at all those loads and go, well, if it's as an example, a house fire where the fire brigade on site doesn't believe there's anyone on site, they just want to de-energise it to put the fire out, but it will take out a local hospital. We would use that information to make our control room to make an informed decision about the end user. So those end users are always at the front of mind of every decision we make to de-energise a line.
Thank you. And Mr. Parker.
I just want to clarify the example I gave, so I don't cause any confusion. This was a situation.
You haven't confused so far, but you've got a chance to now.
Okay, good. Thank you. This was a fire front that was approaching a line. When it reached the line, we expected it to trip off the whole of the facility. So what we did, and if that happened, we would then, in those circumstances, have to patrol the whole line. It would take 6, 7, 8 hours, perhaps, to switch it back in. And so before the fire front hit our asset, we switched off only the section, the smallest possible section that was going to be hit by the fire front, and that kept power supplies on to more people. So it wasn't a sense of prioritising a hospital over an old people's home, for example. It was simply what was the smallest section possible that we would see impacted by the fire.
No, thanks for that. And I took it that your decisions are based on minimising as much of the risk downstream and keep it as localised as possible. But thank you for that clarification. Mr. Ryan, the baby in the group, which you openly said to the Commission, have you any comments there?
No further comments on that. We don't take the decision to disconnect electricity. We do follow the advice from the RFS, and we will make a risk assessed position. Generally speaking, though, our experience in the last bushfires was that the RFS was very keen for us to get power back on to sites because it does help fight bushfires with water pumping and what have you.
No, and that's right, and it's very important for communities in an emergency sense. And so my final question, we asked the telcos And the question we asked them was if they had an idea that was a high risk that a cell or a few cells or some of their system would go down, how did they get that information out to the communities? Now, a hospital's probably easier. You can pick up the phone and say to a hospital, but if you, say in Mr. Parker's example there, you're about to lose a line, it's high risk, you're either going to shut it down or it's a high risk you're going to lose it. How do you warn the community? Is there a way to do that, or is there something that needs to be looked at here to be able to get that information out, either on a text message to everyone that's affected or whatever?
So, we sent on average about 4,000 text messages to our staff, to our customers every day from sort of the start of December through to the end of January, and that peaked on New Year's Eve and New Year's Day at around about 10,000 SMSs, and those SMSs were typically of the form explaining to our customers that we know they've lost supply, we were working on it, we might even have said we don't have access yet, so you might not have power for some time. We didn't preemptively say you're going to lose power because we weren't, sometimes you can get lucky, but as soon as we did lose power, we were letting our customers know via SMS.
No, I'm more looking at the risk of, so if they've got to do some very quick preparation, they've got a chance to do it before the power goes down. But you've answered one question. There is the ability for you to go out in a particular area to your customers. Mr. Parker, putting up your hand in a Royal Commission. Good job. Would you like to add to that?
Contrary to advice as well. Look, just to add to that, we run, coming into summer, quite an extensive campaign to tell people to be power prepared. So it has a few tips: keeps your phone charged, keep your freezer closed if the power does go off, because it's very difficult to warn people that they're about to lose power. Just the timing doesn't work. What we found here was, because we did have people who were off for a couple of weeks rather than just a couple of days, is actually the batteries of their phones started to run out and so on. And so we, and this was unusual for us, we actually briefed each of our lineys. We gave them a sort of daily information pack so that when they were out in the community, they could actually talk to people. We tried to put posters up in pubs and community centres, and we ran advertisements in the local papers because they were actually getting physical copies through. So, in fact, once you've lost your power for an extended period of time, that question of communications becomes very old-fashioned and was really important, I think, to get through to people.
Thank you. And Mr. Jenner, anything to add there, or does Essential Energy do similar things?
Very similar to Endeavour. The only thing I would add is that both Endeavour and Essential Energy, because we were very minded for the length of these power outages, did provide generators to individual households when we knew that they would be off for extended periods of time. So when we knew, had visibility that it was going to take quite a while to restore power to some of those customers, we literally went door to door and provided them with a small generator and some phone chargers that could run off that, and so they could run their fridge and their internet if it was available and those sort of things. So that's not part of our regulated responsibility, but we felt it was the right thing to do from a moral and ethical perspective to keep those customers with some power until we could actually get through there and restore it properly.
No, thank you very much. I appreciate the candour and the detail of the answers that you've provided us today. It's given us a very, very good idea of the robustness of the system and the thought processes that you go through. So thank you. Ms. Hogan-Doran.
Nothing further from me, Chair.
I'll just check the other commissioners. Sorry.
I might just ask just a quick one. Yep. We heard from our previous witness, Dr. Caney, about some concerns about the way that the Australian Energy Regulator deals with resilience expenditure in this space, and I wondered whether any of or all of you share those concerns.
I'll maybe go first, because this may be a Victorian versus New South Wales question. I don't have those concerns in Victoria. It's absolutely clear in the Victorian legislation and guidelines that we're obligated to think about resilience and to take actions to go after that. There's quite clear obligation on us in the Electricity Distribution Code. I think one area, are we actually incentivised to hand out generators in these circumstances? Well, maybe that's a question at the margin, but generally we find it reasonably easy, given that statutory framework, to justify expenditure in this area.
Does Mr. General or Mr. Ryan, or anyone really, does anyone sort of have a different view?
I would agree with Mr. Parker's view. I would just say that in the case of standalone power systems, which are another way that we can respond in terms of resiliency, we welcome some of the changes proposed in the regulatory framework. But what we're seeking is I guess I'd best summarise it as proportionate regulation. And I'm specifically talking about emergency response, where we think it's in the community's interest for us to be able to deploy at speed and fully own standalone power systems. And so we believe there are certain examples, such as a customer at the end of a long line that has been burnt, that would warrant an ability for distributors to utilise standalone power systems without the need to apply for a waiver from the regulator. And we think that would be in the community interest to have sensible exceptions, not broad exceptions, but sensible exceptions to be able to be able to respond rapidly. That would be the way I would summarise it.
Yeah, thanks very much. Ms. Crawford-Follett, do you have a different view? I saw Mr. Gatt nodding, so I'll assume that he's in the same camp, but do you have a different view or similar one?
No, I think similar to Mr. Ryan and what Mr. Parker's already explained.
Thanks very much, and thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Hogan-Doran.
Nothing further from me, and we thank the witnesses for their assistance this afternoon. Might they be released from their summonses?
Thank you again this afternoon. We appreciate it, and you're released from your summons. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'll just confirm for the benefit of the transcript that we did check to see if there were any applications or any questions raised by the parties with leave to appear. There's nothing further for today, Chair. It's proposed that we adjourn.
In that case, let's adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, Canberra time.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
All rise. The Royal Commission has adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.